Chapter 25:15. The little Kylan was startled and hurriedly spat out a second mouthful of Nine Serenity's green flame. Don't waste your energy. That's a puppet without a soul. It's not afraid of your Nine Serenity's green flame. Su Yu threw the little Kylan back into the storage space and activated the space domain. In an instant, it swept him and Yu Xiangwan into a long-distance space transfer. However, the demonic ape puppet was also amazingly talented. A pair of fleshy wings appeared on its back. With one flap, it immediately caught up with Su Yu. Roar! At the same time, with a loud roar, the puppet spat out a terrifying black beam of light that swept toward Su Yu. Su Yu's expression froze as he activated the space domain for the second time. The latter easily caught up and continued to pursue. This couldn't go on. His physical strength and the power of Xiandao Master were limited, and it was impossible to keep running. But the puppet could keep chasing. He wanted to activate the demonic ape puppet given by Jinyue and let it resist for a while, but the demonic ape puppet needed at least 10,000 time crystals to activate. All the time crystals on Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan had been used in the Heavenly Awakening Grand Gathering. It was not enough to activate the demonic ape puppet. There was a hint of hesitation on his face. Did he have to expose the time domain in front of Yu Xiangwan? Suddenly, Su Yu noticed a few sharp breaths coming towards him. At the same time, something in Yu Xiangwan's arms was constantly glowing. He took it out and saw that it was the Nine Serenities crystal that was given to Yu Xiangwan. Not good. The Zhengtian sect's 6th grade 9 Serenities crystal has been tampered with. Yu Xiangwan's face darkened. We've been ambushed by the Zhengtian sect. The current situation was like a ship in the middle of a river. It was too late to mend the leaks. One demonic ape puppet was not enough, and now there was a group of Zhengtian sect fighters with unknown strength. Su Yu's eyes lit up. Instead of going around, he sped up and ran straight. Soon he saw a spaceship rushing over at a very fast speed. On it stood the people from the Zhengtian sect. Among them, there was 1 middle-stage Nirvana and 4 or 5 early-stage Nirvana. Hall Master Zhou, it's them! The faces of the 4 early-stage Nirvana Hall Masters were filled with hatred. Based on the remaining breath in the 9 Serenities crystal, they had been tracking the people who had swindled the 6th grade 9 Serenities crystal away. Sure enough, they went back the way they came. How audacious of you! You even dare to deceive the righteous sect's belongings. Sect leader Zhou, who was in the lead, had an ice-cold expression on his face. He took out his leather whip and prepared for battle. However, right at that moment, a pitch-black puppet suddenly appeared behind Su Yu. The puppet spat out a beam of light from its mouth. Su Yu seemed to have sensed it and dodged it first. The beam of light hit the spaceship without any deviation. Sectional leader Zhou was startled for a moment. Then his expression changed greatly. Not good. Let's go. However, he was the only one who managed to escape. Before the rest of the people on the ship could leave, they were hit by the incomparably swift and violent black beam of light along with their flying magical equipment. With a violent rumble, all the cultivators of the righteous sect died on the spot. Su Yu dashed through the debris of the spaceship and took all the space storage devices of the 4 middle Nirvana early-stage cultivators. After a quick glance, he couldn't help but curse. So poor! The total number of time crystals in their spatial storage devices was just a little over 10,000 time crystals. It was only enough for him to activate his demonic ape puppet for a cup of tea's time. With the demonic ape puppet chasing after him, Su Yu had no time to search for it. He directly stuffed all 10,000 time crystals into the mechanism behind the demonic ape puppet. Suddenly, the mechanism was activated, and the sound of the time crystals being crushed rang out. The demonic ape puppet, whose eyes had been shut tightly, suddenly opened its eyes. Go! Having been refined by Su Yu previously, the demonic ape puppet immediately obeyed the order and pounced forward with a roar. However, its cultivation was too low compared to the enemy's demonic ape puppet. Its chest was dented by the opponent in just one exchange. However, it was not afraid of death and continued to cling to Suyu. Suyu watched as its body was beaten up bit by bit, its limbs and head torn apart by the opponent's ferocious demonic ape puppet. He felt a pang of pain. Let's go. There was no other way. This puppet would be a one-time consumable item. With the demonic ape puppet buying time, Suyu once again fled with Yu Xiangwan. This escape lasted for several days. They had put a considerable distance between them. However, Suyu did not feel very safe, unless he escaped back to the faction. 2 days later, they had already crossed the mountain range. Not long after they crossed it, they heard the intense wailing of ghosts coming from the mountain range behind them. The commotion was unimaginable. It was the enemy's demonic ape puppet. The opponent had still caught up. Suyu turned his head to look and saw a black shadow approaching them at high speed. Brother Su, let's fight to the death. Yu Xiangwan clenched her teeth. Since they could not escape, they could only fight. Suyu nodded slightly. There was no other way. He could only expose a few more things. However, he might not be able to do anything to this powerful Nirvana realm puppet. His fingers touched the blindfold, and he was about to pull it off. Suddenly, the entire sky turned turquoise without any warning. Layers of flames burned the entire sky for billions of miles. Both Suyu and Yu Xiangwan were taken aback by the shocking sight. What was going on? Before they could understand, the demonic ape puppet, which was charging at them at high speed, was suddenly struck to the side and smashed into the mountain range. Amidst the smoke and dust, they could clearly see that the Nirvana realm demonic ape puppet had been dented by a punch. Its chest was almost pierced through. What was going on? While the two of them were still in shock, Suyu's vision blurred. A 1-year-old baby appeared in front of him as if he had teleported. He opened his watery eyes and said with great difficulty, "Father, I'm not afraid." Then, he threw himself into Suyu's arms. Suyu held him, subconsciously, looking at the baby who was smiling like a spoiled child in his arms. He realized that he was the 1-year-old baby that he had cut out from the strange crystal of the 9 underworlds. He had not been caught. Even with Lu Taishu's powerful cultivation and that mysterious black-robed man, how could they have failed? However, looking at the Nirvana demonic ape puppet that was almost destroyed, Suyu understood. This baby was too powerful. Yu Xiangwan blinked her eyes in disbelief. She murmured, "Brother Su, you have picked up a good son. I am so envious." If possible, he also wanted to have a son like this. A baby that had been cut out from the strange crystal of the 9 underworlds and had unparalleled combat power. Suyu smacked his lips. Looking at the white, plump, and lively baby in his hands, he did not know what to do. He did not have time to take care of a child. However, this baby had saved his life, and it was he who had released him from being sealed for countless years. They were quite faded. While he was thinking, the baby stopped laughing and frowned. Then he began to cry for no reason. Suyu and Yu Xiangwan stared at him, not knowing what to do. "Is he hungry?" Yu Xiangwan guessed. "Why don't we find some milk for him to drink?" Suyu rolled his eyes. "Drink your milk." Chapter 25:16. Me. Yu Xiangwan touched her chest, looking embarrassed. But the baby cried louder and louder. Just when they were at a loss, the baby suddenly noticed something and pounced on Yu Xiangwan. Yu Xiangwan was startled and screamed, "Oh my God! Don't believe your father. I have no milk." But the baby reached out and grabbed a large piece of 9 nether odd crystal from Yu Xiangwan's arms and stuffed it into his mouth. After a few crunches, he ate it like a snack. After eating, he took more. In no time, he ate nearly 90 kilograms of 6th grade 9 nether odd crystal. Only then did he burp contentedly and run into Suyu's arms to sleep. Yu Xiangwan was dumbfounded. "Brother Su, your son's appetite. 90 kilograms of 6th grade 9 nether crystal was worth at least 16,000 time crystals. And it was eaten in one bite? Su Yu was also shocked and quickly gave it to Yu Xiangwan. Come, don't you want a son? I'll give it to you. Yu Xiangwan hurriedly stepped back and said guiltily, Forget it, I can't raise it. One meal needed to eat 16,000 time crystals. Even if he sold himself, he could not afford to raise this little guy. Su Yu smiled bitterly. I can't afford it either. Even if he could sell the divine herbs in his hands, it would only be 200,000 time crystals, which was not enough for him to eat a few meals. Unless he kept mining day and night to look for 9 nether crystals. But Su Yu could not bear to abandon it. Let's take it one step at a time. Yu Xiangwan nodded. Suddenly he found that the demonic ape puppet that was chasing them had disappeared. How could it escape like that? Yu Xiangwan looked regretful. She had wanted to pick up the puppet and repair it. A few days later, in a secret place, the injured demonic ape puppet came to a boulder. Useless, you can't even catch one person. Elder Xiao Mo appeared and looked at the almost scrapped demonic ape puppet. How good would it be if Elder Jean Mo's golden demonic ape puppet had not disappeared? Elder Xiao Mo said regretfully, If I could get that golden demonic ape puppet, my ranking would have long surpassed Elder Lang Mo. At the border of Jingtian sect and Tai sect, in a huge abandoned pit, Su Yu's demonic ape puppet had been torn apart, and its whole body had been torn apart. Even if he picked it up, it would be impossible to repair it. In the dead of night, a full moon shone down its radiance onto the devil ape puppet. A shocking scene appeared. The devil ape puppet's shattered body was actually slowly recovering. At the same time, within his pitch-black skin, there was a faint golden luster that he had never seen before a few months later. Supreme One Sect. After leaving the faction for a year, Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan finally returned. The two of them immediately went to the Hall Master of the Alchemy Hall to hand in their mission. The one who issued the mission this time was the Hall Master of the Alchemy Hall. Is it only this small? The Alchemy Hall Master frowned slightly as he weighed the dark netherworld odd crystal that weighed only 5 kilograms. Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan's hearts skipped a beat. Could it be that the clan master knew the true size of the 6th grade 9 nether odd crystal in advance? However, it is true that the strange object is a 6th grade 9 nether odd crystal. That is enough. The elixir refining hall master looked at Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan meaningfully, but did not pursue the matter further. He was not stupid and had already guessed that the two of them had cut off the dark netherworld odd crystal. But his goal was the strange object within, so he pretended not to know and handed out the mission reward: 20,000 time crystals and 2 drops of divine Tai water. Thank you, Hall Master, Yu Xiangwan said. The elixir refining hall master nodded with a smile, then looked at Su Yu. Your name is Su Yu, right? Yes, I am. Su Yu was surprised. Was there a problem? The face hall master sized him up and said, You have been in the limelight recently. Are you interested in coming to my elixir refining hall? Ah, Yu Xiangwan was instantly envious. Among all the halls, the elixir refining hall was not the best, but it was undoubtedly 10,000 times better than the armament hall. It was much better than the Hall of Affairs where Yu Xiangwan was currently. Su Yu hesitated for a moment. Elder, I appreciate your kindness, but please allow me to go back and discuss this with our hall master. All right, if you have any ideas, you can come and look for me any time, the elixir refining hall master said expressionlessly. After the two of them left, the elixir refining hall master rubbed his chin and took out a piece of information he had just received. The information came from the city of the Tianqi Palace. The content was that a person named Su Yu had successfully nurtured a living infant and a divine herb. The infant left on its own, but the divine herb was still with Su Yu. It turned out that he was eyeing the mysterious divine herb in Su Yu's hands. I have to think of a way to get that divine herb, The elixir refining hall master muttered to himself, leaving the elixir refining hall. Yu Xiangwan was exceptionally regretful. Brother Su, why did you reject me? That's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Su Yu's eyes were clear, not confused by the face hall master's surprise. Firstly, the previous great battle is over. There will not be any battles in the armament hall in the near future, so it is relatively safe. Secondly, the elixir refining hall master is probably after the divine herb in my hands. The most expensive thing was usually a free lunch. After he joined the elixir refining hall, he might not be able to keep the divine herb in his hands. I see. Yu Xiangwan suddenly understood. All right, I hope Brother Su can get what he wants and leave the armament hall as soon as possible. Su Yu looked at Yu Xiangwan and sighed silently. If he got what he wanted, he might have to bid farewell to Yu Xiangwan. The two of them parted ways and returned to their respective residences. Su Yu immediately went into seclusion. He first took out his divine water of supreme unity. He had broken through to the later stage of light nirvana for some time. If he did not break through now, when would he? He immediately swallowed the divine water of supreme unity. In an instant, the divine water turned into a bolt of extremely pure dark path energy, surging into the Taoist marks in his body. The Taoist marks all opened up, crazily absorbing the massive amount of dark path energy. Time passed bit by bit. 3 months later, a loud sound suddenly came from Su Yu's residence. Streaks of great path energy appeared, gathering above Su Yu's head. Dense waves of great path energy descended. It was a sign of breaking through to middle nirvana. When the loud sound dissipated, Su Yu slowly opened his eyes. His body naturally emitted an unfathomable aura. Early stage of middle nirvana! He clenched his fists, feeling the obvious increase in his strength. Not bad compared to people my age, but it is still far from enough when facing someone like Xiaohao. Su Yu was not arrogant. He still needed to further improve his abilities in all aspects. Knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. When he opened the door, it was Qin Qinkuan from the armament hall. There was a series of footprints in front of the door. It was obvious that he had been waiting outside for a long time. He probably saw Su Yu's breakthrough and did not disturb him. Brother Qin? Please come in, Su Yu said. Qin Qinkuan looked cautious. Senior Brother Su is already at the level of middle nirvana, comparable to the disciples of the inner sanctum. You're exaggerating. Su Yu laughed. What's the matter? Chapter 25:17. Qin Qinkuan bit his teeth. Senior Su, if you have the ability, you should leave the Greater One sect as soon as possible. After saying this, he looked around cautiously, handed a jade piece to Su Yu, then walked away quickly with his head down. Su Yu quietly returned to the house and crushed the jade piece. Inside was a message from Qin Qinkuan. Senior Su, there are rumors in the faction that you have a divine herb worth 200,000 time crystals. Every hall wants it. Apart from that, you injured an inner sanctum disciple half a year ago. Now the 4th-ranked disciple, Jean Feijian, wants you to kneel and admit your mistake. Furthermore, there are rumors that you are colluding with the demon faction. Su Yu's expression was gloomy after reading it. He did not care much about the first two, but the last point was that he had to pay attention to the so-called rumors. Strictly speaking, he was indeed colluding with the demon faction. But where did the rumors come from? So far, besides himself and Jinyu, no one else knew of the secret deal between him and Jinyu. Was it a rumor made up by others, or did they really have concrete evidence? With Su Yu's experience, it was not suitable for him to continue staying in the Greater One sect. He should take Qin Qinkuan's advice and leave the faction as soon as possible. But he was not far from the position of Hall Master. He was about to achieve his goal. It would be a pity to give up now. I'll have to bear with it a little longer, Su Yu thought. Just as he finished understanding this, another fighter from the armament division came. Senior Su, The hall master has summoned you." Chun Chinquan was right. He had become a piece of meat in the eyes of many hall masters, all wanting to snatch the divine herb. Su Yu pondered for a moment, then nodded. "I'll head over in a moment." After the other left, Su Yu's eyes flashed. He immediately went to the area where the faction collected the 9 Serenities crystals. "How many 9 Serenities crystals have you dug up?" the elder in charge of exchanging for the time crystals asked mechanically. Su Yu did not say a word, taking out the living divine herb. "I am Su Yu." This divine herb was taken from a 9 Serenities crystal. Hearing this, the elder on the windowsill glowed. "Wait a moment." He immediately got up and headed to the back hall, probably to ask for instructions from someone important. Not long after, the old man returned with a smile on his face. "The hall master invites you in." Just as Su Yu had expected, he went to the exchange hall's back hall and saw a middle-aged female hall master. She smiled as she looked at Su Yu, nodding continuously. "You are indeed a talented man. I have already heard about your performance in the Heavenly Awakening Palace. Our exchange hall needs a talent like you." These words were naturally polite words. The Greater One sect was only a small sect, and the number of 9 nether odd crystals they obtained was quite limited. There was no need for Su Yu to appraise it. "Hall master, you flatter me," Su Yu said. The female hall master nodded lightly with her snow-white chin. "I heard that you want to sell immortal herbs." "Yes," Su Yu said bluntly. The female hall master's beautiful eyes turned slightly. "Yes, but our Greater One sect is not like the outside world. Immortal grasses can be sold for the price of 200,000 time crystals in the outside world. But in the sect, that may not be the case." Su Yu had already expected this. The price of the 9 nether crystals dug out from the mines of the Greater One sect was only half that of the outside world. This was because the Supreme Sect was sealed. "I don't sell the time crystal," Su Yu said calmly. The woman was slightly surprised. "Then what do you want?" 9 nether crystals. The baby had already slept for 3 months and could wake up at any time. He needed to collect the 9 nether crystals as soon as possible. "This is against the rules. Our exchange hall collects 9 nether crystals and never sells them to the outside world." The female hall master's eyes flashed. Su Yu calmly said, "Since you don't want it, then forget it." There were many people who wanted this immortal herb. Wait, how could the female hall master not know how popular this immortal herb was now? Any hall master would want a piece of it. The 9 nether crystals in the exchange hall belonged to the faction. "Of course, I can't sell them to you." The female hall master changed her tone. "But I can use my own name to buy this immortal herb. Others might not have enough 9 nether crystals." But the female hall master had been in charge of the exchange hall for so many years and had secretly embezzled countless 9 nether crystals. Naturally, buying this immortal herb was not difficult at all. "But I want you to guarantee that you will announce to the outside world that I bought it with time crystals and not 9 nether crystals. Do you understand?" The female hall master did not dare let the outside world know that she had so many 9 nether crystals in her hands. Otherwise, the sect would be the first to punish her. That's what I wanted to say too. Su Yu also did not want the faction to know that he had so many 9 Serenities crystals. Only then did the female hall master reveal a smile. "Deal." Hence, Su Yu exchanged the divine herb for the 9 nether crystals, which were worth 200,000 time crystals, because he was worried that the baby wouldn't eat the low-level netherworld crystals. He tried his best to exchange for high-level netherworld crystals. The female hall master was also very happy about this. Although the high-level crystal of 9 Serenities was precious, there were not many people who needed it. Hence, it was not easy for her to sell it. Since Su Yu wanted it, she was naturally happy to let him have it. After completing the transaction, Su Yu relaxed and went to the armaments division. "Why are you only here now?" the golden-armored hall master reproached with a frown. Su Yu was neither servile nor overbearing. I was stopped by the messengers of a few clan masters the moment I stepped out of the door. I apologize for being late. The golden-armored hall master's expression tensed up. His face darkened, and he sternly shouted, "Su Yu, do you know your crime?" Was this a show of strength the moment he arrived? Su Yu was calm and composed as he said, "I'm just doing my duty, and I don't know that I'm guilty." How was he guilty? He had just made a great contribution to the military division at the border. As a disciple of the armaments division, you left the Heavenly Awakening Palace during a great battle, and you dare say that you don't know your crime, the golden-armored hall master sternly rebuked. The disciples of the Greater One faction could enter and leave the faction at any time, and this was not a crime. The golden-armored hall master had forcefully accused Su Yu of a crime, and his intentions were simple. Considering that this is your first offense, hand over all your illegally obtained goods to offset your crime, the golden-armored hall master scolded. Su Yu was disappointed. If the elixir refining hall master wanted the divine herb, he would at least have given him the benefits of transferring it to the elixir refining hall. But the armaments division that he was in wanted to rob him on a groundless charge, and was unwilling to give him even the slightest bit of benefit. In the eyes of the golden-armored hall master, he was probably the lowest existence. There was no psychological burden in taking his things. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and made preparations in advance. "I'm sorry, the things of the Heavenly Awakening Palace were all robbed by the demon faction. Disciple Yu Xiangwan of the Affairs Division can testify to this," Su Yu said. Slap, the golden-armored hall master slammed the table. His brows furrowed as he said coldly, "Don't try to quibble. You obtained a divine herb, but you did not hand it over to the demon faction. Quickly hand it over." Chapter 2518. He had already discussed this with the fine sound hall master. Nominally, Su Yu was giving the divine herb to her for free. This would prevent outsiders from knowing about their trade of the 9 Serenities crystals, and it would save Su Yu a lot of trouble. The fine sound hall master felt it was beneficial to her and naturally agreed. "Do you think I will believe you?" The golden armor hall master slammed the table. "Tell me the truth, or you will be punished by military law." Who would give a divine herb worth 200,000 time crystals to someone else for free? Su Yu calmly said, "Punish me however you like, as long as you can find this military law." If he did not hand over the item, he would be punished by military law. Even the great master would not dare do such a thing. "Su Yu." The golden armor hall master's expression darkened. "I'm warning you, do not try to resist. You are under me. I have ways to kill you. Perhaps you do not know, but the southern part of the Dream-Broken Realm is in chaos. The demon faction is attacking not only the Heavenly Awakening Palace, but also the other top 10 factions. The entire southern region is in a state of panic. A war could break out at any time." In other words, if Su Yu did not comply, he was prepared to push Su Yu into the war. If that happened, Su Yu would have a slim chance of survival. "I couldn't ask for more." Su Yu smiled. Only with missions would there be rewards. Whether or not he could quickly rise to the level of a hall master depended on the number of missions. Hence, the golden armor hall master's threat was meaningless. "You." The golden armor hall master glared at him. "Fine, you will regret this." Su Yu wore a smile, calmly saying, "I hope you will keep your word. If there is a war, do not forget me." After saying this, he calmly returned to his residence. But just as he arrived, he found his residence in a mess, the stone door forcefully broken open. He squinted his eyes. For a divine herb, anyone would come out. There were even robbers who broke into the house to rob. He walked in, noticing that there were words carved by sword energy on the wall. "Trash, come to the Tianyuan pavilion to die. Leave Jean Feijian." Su Yu coldly laughed. "I thought it was a robber, so it was an inner sanctum disciple." That Jin Feijian was the senior flying sword who had failed to snatch the grade 6 Serenity's odd crystal. Chun Chinkuin had already warned him that Jin Feijian would find trouble with him. He didn't expect it to come so soon. The Tianyuan Pavilion? Suyu laughed. If it was before he broke through to the middle Nirvana stage, he would have to be wary of this mid-stage, middle Nirvana stage Jin Feijian. But now, it's good to let those rascals give up. Most of the people in the Greater One sect were mercenaries, and there were countless people who coveted Su Yu's divine herb. He needed an absolutely crushing victory to awe the rascals. The Tianyuan Pavilion was an exclusive training ground for the inner disciples. There was a formation that condensed profound Tao power all year round, causing the profound Tao power inside to be several times stronger than the outside world. Most of the time, the inner disciples would cultivate in the Tianyuan Pavilion. Jin Feijian's intention of inviting Suyu there was obvious. He wanted to kill Suyu as a warning to others. Those who were disrespectful to the inner court disciples would definitely pay a heavy price. Suyu came to the heavenly abyss alone. A long flight of stairs extended all the way to the clouds, connecting the earth and the Tianyuan Pavilion in the clouds. Raising his head, he could vaguely make out the silhouettes of people moving about in the pavilion. "Who are you?" Suyu was about to step onto the stairs when an apathetic voice came from above. "You asked me to come, but now you ask me who I am. You inner disciples sure know how to play." Suyu laughed as he stepped onto the stairs. "How dare you?" A stern voice came from the pavilion. Those who are not inner disciples are only allowed to kneel before entering the Tianyuan Pavilion. You are not allowed to walk. Suyu laughed but did not speak. He walked up the stairs, not kneeling. "Insolence!" The voice came again, sternly reprimanding. "Those who dare disrespect the Tianyuan Pavilion will be punished." A tall and sturdy figure jumped down from the Tianyuan Pavilion. He held a battle axe in his hand, chopping toward Suyu's head. "Get down and start again." Suyu did not even raise his head, casually extending a finger and blocking the heavy battle axe. The latter was shocked, releasing his later stage light Nirvana cultivation level in an attempt to forcefully suppress the battle axe. But the battle axe did not budge. "You dare to reprimand this and threaten that with such abilities?" Suyu gently bent his finger, then flicked it. The tall and sturdy figure was sent flying back to the Tianyuan Pavilion, as if struck by lightning. His giant body smashed into the Tianyuan Pavilion, causing it to shake violently. This unusual action completely alarmed everyone in the Tianyuan Pavilion. At that moment, a few inner disciples were gathered in the Tianyuan Pavilion, seemingly discussing something. "If there are no accidents, we can set off in 10 days. The person speaking was a youth with blue pupils. He wore a white robe and had a cold demeanor. He gave off a cold aura that kept people at a distance. Jin Feijian was beside him, slightly restrained, not daring to act rashly. Suddenly, the entire Tianyuan Pavilion shook, causing the group of people to stop talking. "What's going on?" the youth with blue pupils asked. At that moment, a person who looked like a servant bowed and reported, "The outer sanctum disciple invited by Lord Jin has arrived." He sent the gatekeeper's ghost axe flying, causing it to crash into the Tianyuan Pavilion. The youth with blue pupils calmly looked at Jin Feijian. "Go settle it." "Yes." Jin Feijian immediately stood up, his face filled with anger. The youth with blue pupils in front of him was ranked third above him, Chongyang. His abilities had reached the frightening level of a middle Nirvana late stage. Originally, Chongyang and a few others were training outside. Who knew that he would suddenly return and gather the rest of the inner sanctum disciples for a discussion? Coincidentally, Suyu had come and disturbed Chongyang, causing him to be unhappy. Even his impression of Chongyang had become bad. He took his sword and left the Tianyuan Pavilion, jumping up the stairs and blocking Suyu's way. He coldly grunted. "You have a death wish. I'll grant you your wish." Clang! His long sword flew out, circling his body. The trajectory of the flying sword created a complex domain. Within the domain, tens of thousands of swords stood in great numbers, emitting a powerful sword energy. 10,000 sword burial. Jean Fagian attacked with the domain, engulfing Suyu. Then, without looking back, he turned around and walked back. There was no need to look. A mere outer sanctum disciple of the light nirvana realm had no chance of survival under the domain of his 10,000 sword burial. He was in a hurry to go back and listen to Chongyang's explanation of the important matters. But he had just taken a few steps when Suyu mocked him. The power is not bad. What? Jean Fagian turned back in disbelief. After the domain dissipated, Suyu was standing at his original position, unharmed. How was that possible? He, the fourth-ranked inner sanctum disciple, could not defeat an outer sanctum disciple with one move? Chapter 25:19. He charged forward with his sword, infusing his middle stage, nirvana stage, dark path energy into his long sword. Soul slashing formula. The long sword in his hand was like a rainbow, instantly pointing between Suyu's brows. The powerful and extraordinary dark path energy and the sharp sword energy were something even a middle stage, nirvana stage, early stage nirvana would find difficult to defend against. But Suyu is not an ordinary middle stage, nirvana stage, early stage nirvana. Appearance of lightning. His body was suddenly engulfed in intense purple lightning, turning into a lightning barrier. Jean Fagian's Shurkill strike landed on the lightning barrier, but it was as if it had sunk into a quagmire, unable to advance an inch. This is... Jean Fagian's expression turned stiff. He then realized the danger and retreated in a hurry. At that moment, the ball of lightning exploded, and all the lightning radiated outwards. Luckily, Jean Fagian retreated quickly, or he would have been hit. With the destructive power of the lightning, Jean Fagian would have been severely injured, if not dead. His heart skipped a beat, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He no longer looked down on Suyu. The Suyu in front of him was not the least bit strong. His gaze became sharp, and he immediately seized the opportunity the moment the lightning spread. Now was the moment when Suyu's old energy had been exhausted. It was the best time to kill him with one strike. Heaven-cleaving sword style. Jean Fagian seized the opportunity to use the fatal strike. The tip of the sword pierced through the air, not giving Suyu any time to think or dodge. When the tip of the sword reached between Suyu's brows, Jean Fagian once again smiled with confidence. He knew that he had already won. However, not only did Suyu not panic, but he even revealed a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Jean Fagian's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling about this. Almost at that moment, Jean Fagian's surroundings tightened. The lightning that had already spread out gathered once again, enveloping him within. The tip of his sword had clearly reached between Suyu's brows, but it was blocked by the lightning, unable to move forward. Jean Fagian fell into a lightning barrier. Back then, Suyu had almost fallen for the space domain, let alone Jean Fagian. Explode! Suyu grunted. An entire ball of lightning exploded. Jean Fagian, who was in the middle of the ball of lightning, had nowhere to hide. He was struck by hundreds of lightning bolts. The result could be imagined. Jean Fagian was blasted until his flesh was badly mangled, and he immediately lost consciousness. Like a dead dog, he fell from the clouds and smashed onto the ground. Immediately, countless exclamations of surprise could be heard from within the Tianyuan pavilion. Hong Mo, the beautiful lady, the fat monk, and the other inner sanctum disciples who had interacted with Suyu before all gasped. The fourth-ranked Jean Fagian was actually defeated so thoroughly. Humph! With a cold snort, Chongyang slammed the table and stood up. He flew to Jean Fagian's side. Hong Mo smacked his lips. That Su guy is finished. Even senior brother Chongyang is angry. The gentle beauty sighed and said with pity, "It's a pity that such a great talent will fall in Chongyang's hands." Chongyang was famous for his ruthlessness. He was cruel and merciless to the people of the sect. How many outer sanctum disciples had accidentally bumped into him and ended up being slaughtered? Su Yu had severely injured Jin Feijian in front of him in the heavenly abyss. The consequences were obvious. Even if it was to protect the dignity of the inner sanctum disciples, he had to kill Su Yu in front of everyone. But an unimaginable scene unfolded. Chongyang stared at Jin Feijian, his eyes filled with disappointment and coldness. "Trash! What's the use of keeping you?" After saying this, not only did he not save Jin Feijian, he sent him flying with a kick, directly kicking him out of the area. At the same time, he let out a cold grunt. "Throw him out. The inner sanctum disciples of the Greater One faction do not need trash like him." Hong Mo and the other two felt their scalps go numb. The fourth-ranked inner sanctum disciple was expelled just like that. They did not doubt that the faction would follow Chongyang's wishes, because the Greater One faction had always viewed the inner sanctum disciples as the core. Those who were ranked higher had irrefutable authority over those who were ranked lower. That was why Jin Feijian was so afraid of Chongyang. After expelling Jin Feijian, Chongyang looked at Su Yu, his gaze as cold as ever. The gentle beauty said, "Even Jin Feijian ended up like that. I'm afraid that Su Gai will not have a good ending." But what stunned them once again was that Chongyang did not take action. Instead, he nodded his head in satisfaction. "To think that there would be a talent like you among the useless outer sanctum disciples. Not bad." Everyone was taken aback. Not only did Chongyang not punish Su Yu, he even praised him. What was even more unexpected was that Chongyang waved his hand and said, "Come with me. You are strong enough to join our mission." What? The fat monk's eyes widened. Chongyang invited him to join the inner sanctum disciples' mission? While they were still in shock, Chongyang really brought Su Yu to the Tianyuan pavilion. Su Yu was slightly surprised. Based on his understanding of the Greater One faction members, he had thought that Chongyang, who was also an inner sanctum disciple, would seek revenge on him. In the end, he did not. It was only because Su Yu possessed abilities that impressed him. "Your area is still at the beginner level, right?" Chongyang went straight to the point, not even asking what area Su Yu had. Su Yu nodded. "Yes, is there a problem?" Shaking his head, Chongyang said, "As long as it is." He took out a map and placed it on the table. The map depicted the huge terrain with the Greater One faction as the center, extending to the nearby 81 factions. His finger tapped on a spot marked with a red dot. "Do you know that the demon faction is wreaking havoc in the southern part of the Dream-Broken Realm?" Su Yu said slowly, "I just heard about it." According to the golden-armored clan master, the demon faction had wreaked havoc in 10 large factions, which was unprecedented in history. "Do you know the reason?" Chongyang asked again. Su Yu shook his head. "The reason is that an evil spring has appeared at the place I'm pointing at." Chongyang said, "Ordinary people who touch the water of the evil spring will undoubtedly die. However, if you use it to cultivate your area, you can level up your area." Level up? Su Yu's heart was thumping wildly. Leveling up one's area had always been an extremely difficult task. It required a long period of comprehension. Most of the strong people who had reached the middle level of the area had only succeeded after hundreds of millions of years of accumulation. Moreover, their domains weren't that vast. Each of Su Yu's 8 great areas was an extremely profound existence. Leveling up one of them was as difficult as ascending to heaven, let alone leveling up all 8 areas at the same time. Hearing that there was a shortcut to leveling up one's area, how could Su Yu not be tempted? There must be a lot of people fighting for it, right? Su Yu stroked his chin. Otherwise, they would not be discussing it here. Chongyang nodded. "Yes, at least the demon faction is plundering everywhere, hoarding a large number of 9 underworld's crystals, and preparing to use them to seize the evil spring." Su Yu's eyes flickered. What does the evil spring have to do with the 9 underworld's crystals? Although Chongyang was a cold person, he was very patient. The evil spring has already been occupied by the descendants of the Time Master. If you want to obtain the evil spring, you must purchase it with the 9 underworld's crystals. The descendants of the Time Master? Su Yu's face sank slightly. Chapter 25:20. If he went to the territory of the Time Sovereign's descendants and tried to buy the evil spring from them, if he wasn't careful, he would be in big trouble. However, the opportunity to advance to the domain level was extremely rare, and even the demonic sect did not hesitate to plunder large sects to seize the netherworld crystals. If he missed this opportunity, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for him to obtain another one. Su Yu said calmly, "Although I have some crystal of 9 serenities with me, the quantity is limited. I'm afraid I can't help you much." If the evil spring water was sold at auction, the 200,000 netherworld crystals in his hands would be nothing compared to the netherworld crystals that the demon sect had snatched. It was not even a drop in the bucket. "Of course, I don't expect you to provide me with the 9 serenities crystals." Chongyang sneered. "How many 9 serenities crystals do you have?" "I invited you to join us because I value your strength." Chongyang said mysteriously, "We have the support of the 9 serenities crystal. However, we will need to have sufficient strength to support us on this trip, so as to prevent any trouble from happening." There was no need for him to explain in detail, as Su Yu could already guess what they were guarding against. Even if he bought the evil spring water, it would not be easy to bring it back. It was inevitable that unexpected battles would occur. "All right, count me in." Su Yu agreed, decisively. After he pondered for a moment, he said, "I have a friend that I would like to recommend. I don't know his exact abilities, but he shouldn't be any weaker than me. The more experts, the better." "Who is it?" "Yu Xiang Wan." Chongyang was surprised. "You recommend him too? What a coincidence." Su Yu was stunned for a moment. Only then did he realize that Yu Xiang Wan had a wide network of contacts in the faction. "All right, I'll talk to him." Since he had been recommended twice, Chongyang naturally decided to test him. It will take at least half a year for the faction to gather a large amount of 9 serenities crystals. "You should prepare well during this period," Chongyang said as he saw the guest off. Su Yu nodded and left. It was supposed to be a simple case of killing one to serve as a warning to the others. But who could have thought that it would be integrated into the inner disciples instead? With the protection of an inner sect disciple, the rascals should stop. However, when he returned to his room, he discovered that someone had come uninvited. A tall, black gold figure stood silently in his room. "You are." Su Yu walked forward, and his expression changed slightly. The demonic ape puppet? Based on the connection between them, Su Yu immediately recognized that this was the demonic ape puppet that he had lost. However, wasn't the devil ape puppet smashed into pieces and destroyed long ago? Moreover, the current demonic ape puppet was clearly different from before. The most obvious change was that it had gradually turned from pure black to a pale gold color. Moreover, the cultivation the puppet gave off was extremely shocking. It had surpassed the late stage of middle nirvana, and was at the early stage of peak nirvana. How could this be? Su Yu was surprised and delighted, and he immediately went forward to examine the demonic ape puppet. It took him a while to confirm that the puppet gene Yu gave him was extraordinary. Not only did it have self-healing abilities, but it also seemed to be able to absorb damage and transform it into a heaven-defying ability to evolve. It should be related to the mysterious object within the demonic ape puppet's body, right? So you thought there was something he couldn't see through inside the puppet's body. It should be that thing at work. They were about to fight for the evil spring, and the appearance of the demonic ape puppet had solved the urgent problem. However, what Su Yu was concerned about was not just their abilities. He was also worried about his financial resources. The evil spring, which was bought by the sect, would eventually belong to the sect. As for how it would be distributed afterward, it would be up to the faction. It was hard to say whether it would fall into the hands of an outer sanctum disciple like him. If he worked hard to help the inner sanctum disciples fight for the evil spring, only to receive a consolation prize, it would not be fun. Therefore, to be safe, it would be best if he prepared enough 9 underworld's crystals and used his own power to obtain a portion of the evil spring. As he was thinking, Yu Xiangwan came to visit with a smile on his face. "Brother Su, there is a joyous occasion waiting for you. Do you want to do it?" Yu Xiangwan asked with a proud expression. Even if he didn't say it, Su Yu had already guessed it. But he pretended not to know and asked, "What joyous occasion?" Yu Xiangwan clapped his hands and said, I made contact with an inner sanctum disciple. An old friend of mine recommended me to the 4th-ranked inner sanctum disciple, Chongyang, and asked me to join a big mission. How is it? Isn't it awesome? Brother, I am about to soar to the top. Yu Xiangwan laughed heartily. So you could not help but laugh. He tapped his finger on the stone table and said, "Oh, congratulations!" Yu Xiangwan chuckled. "Envious? Don't worry, if I am chosen, I will definitely recommend you." At this moment, Yu Xiangwan received a message. Opening it, he was overjoyed and excitedly showed it to Suyu. See this? It's the 4th-ranked inner sanctum disciple, Chongyang. He personally sent me a message, asking me to look for him at the Tianyuan Pavilion. Suyu smiled and said, "Congratulations! That old friend of yours is really influential." "Yes, thanks to my thoughtful arrangements, I've landed myself a great job." Yu Xiangwan laughed heartily. "Brother Su, wait here for my good news." With that, he ran to the Tianyuan Pavilion as if his boat was on fire. When he went upstairs, he saw Chongyang. He stepped forward and bowed. "Outer sanctum disciple, Yu Xiangwan greets, Senior Chongyang." Chongyang sized him up, his eyes suddenly turning cold as he suddenly attacked. He gathered a powerful, mysterious path energy in his palm and sent it toward Yu Xiangwan. This power was only 30% of his own, but even a middle-stage nirvana cultivator would be difficult to deal with. He did not expect Yu Xiangwan to completely block it. As long as he could effectively counterattack, he could see Yu Xiangwan's strength. Unexpectedly, Yu Xiangwan did not dodge or evade. A mysterious blue light flashed past his eyes. The mysterious path energy that swept toward him dissipated into nothingness. It was just that Yu Xiangwan was panting slightly and seemed a little tired. You have some skills." Chongyang was surprised and could not help but exclaim, "The outer sanctum is really full of talents." A hint of a smile appeared on his face. "All right, you have passed the test. You are allowed to join us." Chongyang waved his hand and gave an affirmative answer. Yu Xiangwan was overjoyed. His lips moved, and he was about to recommend Suyu when he heard Chongyang say with a smile, "Suyu's recommendation is indeed reliable. We have another capable general." Yu Xiangwan was stunned. "Suyu's recommendation?" He stammered. Chongyang lifted his head and said in surprise, "Suyu recommended me to you? That's why I specially invited you here for inspection." "Why? Didn't he tell you in advance?" Yu Xiangwan was stunned. "Wasn't the one who recommended me Senior Brother Zhenkai?" Upon hearing that, Chongyang did not bother to hide his disdain. "Zhenkai? Does he deserve to recommend someone to me? I'm only giving you a chance because of Suyu." After a pause, Chongyang added, "Suyu has joined us after my inspection. He recommended you." Instantly, Yu Xiangwan's face turned into a smile, a bitter one and a red one, recalling how she had shown off in front of Suyu and how she had befriended the inner sanctum disciples. She could not help but feel ashamed. "You have half a year to prepare. Go." Yu Xiangwan said goodbye and came to look for Suyu with a red face. But Suyu had already left. He was now in the underground mine. While Yu Xiangwan was gone, he went to the reward hall and accepted a task to supervise the mine. With his status as an 8-star disciple, this task was a piece of cake. 3 years ago he was still a slave. Now he was back in the underground mine as a supervisor. This time he was in charge of the newly opened mine number 10, which was adjacent to the mine number 9. Now, the supervisor of the mine number 9 had become that boar again. Su Yu's arrival naturally did not escape his eyes. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. When the boar saw Su Yu, he naturally did not have any goodwill. His eyes filled with anger. It was not only because Su Yu had killed his uncle. More importantly, he had accompanied the External Affairs Hall to the Tianqi Palace to participate in the festival. His original intention was to fight for merit and glory for the External Affairs Hall. But in the end, all the glory had been taken away by Su Yu. The External Affairs Hall had been mobilized, but not only had they not gotten anything, they had even been robbed clean by the demon faction. On the other hand, Su Yu had successfully brought back a divine herb, his reputation soaring. He had not gotten anything, and was even punished by the faction to return to the mine to continue as a supervisor. Su, you noticed his gaze, his eyes flickering slightly. This guy. Retracting his gaze, Su Yu looked straight ahead as he arrived at his own mine number 10. A group of old slaves had been mobilized at the mine. With the arrival of the new supervisor, Su Yu, they naturally all came forward to greet him. Su Yu's gaze swept past them one by one. When his gaze landed on a middle-aged man with tanned skin and a kind expression, he paused slightly. He had an impression of this person. He claimed that his surname was Jean, and he was especially enthusiastic towards newcomers like Su Yu. He had also taken the initiative to introduce the mine to Su Yu. Su Yu had always been wary of him. 3 years had passed, and he had almost forgotten about him in the mine. Now that he saw him again, he finally remembered. However, without any evidence, Su Yu had no reason to make things difficult for him. "Work hard," he said before dismissing them. Then he went to mine number 10 and used Xiao Dai's shared perspective to scan the situation in the new mine. He could not be blamed for working so hard to mine. He was raising a baby. If he did not work hard, he might not even be able to afford it. Fortunately, Su Yu found a few decent 8th grade 9 serene crystals. In the dead of night, Su Yu quietly slipped out and dug them all up. A few days had passed, and he had dug out all the 8th grade 9 serene crystals he had found. Coincidentally, the baby had finally woken up after sleeping for a few months. As soon as he woke up, he began to cry and ask for food. What a headache! Su Yu had never been so passive in his travels outside the realm. He took out a fresh 8th grade 9 serene crystal and handed it to the baby. Unexpectedly, the baby's mouth puffed up, and he threw Su Yu away angrily before wailing loudly. Su Yu took out another piece, and he threw it away again. He was obviously hungry, but he refused to eat it. Finally, Su Yu took out the 7th grade and 6th grade 9 serene crystals he had exchanged from the hall master of the Miaoyin Hall. In the end, the baby only picked the 6th grade 9 serene crystal and ate it. He did not even look at the 7th grade ones. There was only a small piece of the 6th grade 9 serene crystal, and there was none left after he finished it. But he was obviously not full. Not only was he crying loudly, but he was also angrily stepping on the discarded 9 serene crystal. It was as if he was saying that he would not eat this trash. The veins on Su Yu's forehead throbbed, and he raised his hand to slap him. Chapter 25-21. Even with Su Yu's temperament, he could not help but be furious. However, he still put down his palm. It was not because he had calmed down. It was because he could not beat the baby at all. Su Yu wiped his face in pain. Even if he was raising his own son, it would not be so hard. Why was this son he had picked up so hard? Don't cry. I've tried my best. Su Yu comforted him helplessly. The baby cried even harder. Then, probably tired of crying, he pouted and looked at Su Yu with his big, watery eyes. He then turned his head and ran to the end of the mine. The end still needed to be excavated. Su Yu followed, not understanding what the baby was going to do. Then, A scene that left Suyu dumbfounded appeared. The baby's pink little fist punched out, and the whole underground mine shook. The mine in front of him cracked, and a crack the size of a baby appeared. The baby dove in, and when he could no longer move forward, he broke it open with brute force. He repeated this dozens of times before stopping. Suyu used the space domain and turned into a speck of dust, drifting over. He found the baby in the deepest part of the mine, sitting on the ground, happily chewing on 100-kilogram 6th grade 9 Serenity's crystal. 6th grade 9 Serenity's crystal? Suyu clicked his tongue. In the entire history of the Greater One sect, only a few 6th grade 9 Serenity's crystals had appeared. It was not easy to find one, but it was eaten by the baby as dinner. He ate the 6th grade 9 Serenity's crystal quickly and continued to dig deeper into the mine with his monstrous strength. He seemed to have an innate instinct for high-level 9 Serenity's crystals. Wherever he went, there would be 6th grade 9 Serenity's crystals. In the end, he even found 1,000-kilogram 6th grade 9 Serenity's crystal. According to the market price, this 6th grade 9 Serenity's crystal was worth at least 160,000 time crystals. In the end, the baby ate it from head to toe. When there were only about 30 kilograms of leftover material left, he threw it away in disgust. Swoosh! As soon as he threw it away, the little Kylan scurried out, like a pitiful dog holding a bone from its owner. It took the leftover 9 Serenity's crystal to a corner and started munching on it. Looking at the miserable state of the little Kylan, Suyu's heart ached. It was too miserable. Only then was the baby full. He furrowed his brows at Suyu and mumbled to himself. It seemed like he was blaming Suyu for being a useless father. He had to rely on himself to find a meal. Suyu clenched his fists and quickly put them down. He told himself in his heart, bear with it, he is still a child. Moreover, you cannot defeat him. After the baby was full, he continued to dig for a while. Not long after, he carried out a 50-kilogram 6th grade netherworld crystal and carried it on his shoulder. This meant that it was to be used as a reserve of dry rations in case of emergencies. Suyu's eyes lit up. Let me hold it for you. It's such a big thing, and it could easily be snatched away by the bad guys. The baby tilted his head and thought for a moment. As if he really understood Suyu's words, he handed the 9 nether crystal to him. Just as it was about to leave, Suyu chuckled and said, I think you can take this opportunity to get more food. If you leave this place in the future, where will you find food? The baby tilted its mouth and thought about it. It felt that it made sense, so it nodded and ran back to continue bombarding the mine with its monstrous strength. In a short while, he returned with a pile of 6th grade 9 nether crystals. In this way, after a whole night, Suyu had harvested a full 2,000 kilograms of 6th grade 9 nether crystals. If converted into time crystals, it would be 320,000 time crystals. This son of mine was not picked up for nothing. Suyu said happily as he counted the 6th grade 9 nether crystals. He had worked so hard and risked his life to get 200,000 time crystals from the heavenly awakening grand meat. This son he had picked up had gotten so many in one night. Seeing that it was almost dawn, Suyu stroked his head. Good son, you did a good job today. Having been praised, the baby laughed and hugged his thigh intimately. After coaxing him for a while, Suyu threw him back into the storage space and let him play by himself. I say, master, doesn't your conscience hurt? As a father, you tricked your son into becoming a miner and digging for ores for you? You should really be struck by lightning. The little Kylan rolled its eyes with a look of disdain. Suyu glared at it. The little Kylan immediately turned into a shameless, weird smile. But I like it. When I dig up enough 9 nether crystals, I'll kick him away, ha 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 ha. Shameless. Suyu rolled his eyes. How can there be such a shameless person like you in this world? Uft. The little Kylan spat. Who do you think I grew up with? As the saying goes, One is marked by the company one keeps. The pet takes after the owner. Su Yu was annoyed and sent it flying with a kick. In the following days, Su Yu supervised the slaves during the day and his son at night. Half a year had passed, and the 6th grade 9 nether crystals in his storage space had piled up into a mountain. They weighed at least 100,000 caddies. If converted into time crystals, it would be 16 million. All the 6th grade 9 nether crystals in the entire underground mine had been dug out by the baby, and not a single one was left for the Greater One faction. Not only that, because the baby had broken the mine, the slaves had an abnormally easy time digging, and they were digging at a speed of 100 miles a day. The 7th grade, 8th grade, and 9th grade 9 nether crystals produced were more than the sum of the other 9 mines. Such unprecedented mining efficiency had alarmed the higher-ups of the faction. After discussion, they gave Su Yu an additional reward of upgrading the rank of a disciple. At this point, Su Yu had become a 9-star disciple. He was just one step away from becoming a deputy hall master. The half a year's time agreed upon with Chongyang had finally arrived. He left the underground mine and came to the Tianyuan pavilion. Chongyang, Yuxiangwan, and Hong Mo had already met up. Seeing that Su Yu had arrived, Chongyang immediately announced the departure. There are already 3 senior martial brothers there, Chongyang said. All we need to do is go and meet up with them. Apart from the few disciples, there were also a few hall masters of the faction who were known for their abilities. Among them was the Golden Armor Hall Master of the military division. He had been assigned to escort the group of disciples there. The Golden Armor Hall Master observed the group of disciples, his gaze lingering only briefly on Su Yu. In his eyes, a trace of resentment flashed faintly. He had asked around, and the divine herb had really been given to the Miaoying Hall Master. As someone from the military division, so you would rather give it to an outsider than to his superior? This made the Golden Armor Hall Master feel embarrassed. This trip was fraught with danger. If there was a chance, he would definitely teach Su Yu a lesson. The group advanced according to the map, passing through dozens of factions of different sizes. After a year of traveling, they finally arrived at their destination, the southern center of the dream-broken realm, Nanming City. This place was far more prosperous than any other area in the south. Even if it was heaven in Lightning Palace, it couldn't be compared to a city like South Bright City, because the master of Nanming City was the descendant of a time master. She was known as the Star Rain Empress. She was the 7th successor to the Time Master. The one who controlled the evil spring was the Star Rain Empress. Nanming City was extremely large, even larger than the entire territory of the Greater One sect. Middle Nirvana Dao Masters could be seen everywhere in the city. Nirvana Realm and Void Nirvana Realm were not rare. Along the way, they had even discovered a few Nirvana Void Realm experts. The people of the Greater One sect entered Nanming City, feeling uneasy like a country bumpkin entering a city. Chongyang's arrogance was gone, replaced by caution. He said in a low voice, "Nanming City is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Remember not to cause trouble. Keep a low profile." The group nodded. With their cultivation, it was really not enough in the South Bright City. After a few attempts, they finally contacted the 3 seniors who were waiting in Nanming City. They were the top 3 in the Greater One sect. In an inn that was not luxurious, the group finally gathered. "Did you bring the people and the 9 Serenities crystals?" In a secret room, the 3 inner sanctum disciples were discussing, secretly. The one who spoke was a yellow-haired youth. His body was transparent, and his organs, veins, and other parts of his body could be seen. The aura he emitted was abnormally powerful, reaching the Nirvana realm. His martial techniques were weaker than the demonic ape puppets. Su Yu shivered slightly. Among the people present, the only one who could pose a threat to him was this Nirvana realm senior of the Greater One sect, Jiang Xuanzhong. "I brought them." Chongyang's attitude toward Jiang Xuanzhong was very respectful. "How many 9 Serenities crystals?" Chongyang looked at Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan, not hiding anything. I only brought about 8 million time crystals worth of 9 Serenities crystals. Hearing this, Jiang Xuanzhong was silent. Senior, is it a little too little? Sigh. Beside Jiang Xuanzhong, a beautiful woman sighed. It's not a little, it's a lot. Although the beautiful woman's cultivation level was only at the later stage of middle nirvana, her intuition told her that she was much stronger than Chongyang. She was Ji Xianling, who was ranked second. Based on the information we have, many factions have brought more than 10 million 9 Serenities crystals. It is said that the demon faction has prepared 20 million 9 Serenities crystals. 8 million 9 Serenities crystals is almost impossible to buy the evil spring. Chongyang's face turned pale, but this is the limit of what the faction can offer. The rest will have to be handed over to the Holy Land. We can only think of a way ourselves. The last to speak was a young man whose body was covered in flames. He was Huoli, who was ranked third. His abilities were above Chongyang's. Hearing this, Chongyang asked in surprise, "Could it be that the 3 of you have already thought of a way to gather the money?" Since they said this, they must have a plan. Jiang Xuanzhong nodded slowly. Yes, we heard that the Imperial Guards of Nanming City have recently been hunting for the little demon master of the demon faction. The reward is 10 million time crystals. If we can catch him and receive the reward, we'll have a high chance of getting a portion of the evil spring. Little demon master? Everyone's expressions changed. Chongyang was shocked. Is this true? That little demon master is the descendant of the demon faction's faction master. Ever since he was born, he has been protected by the demon faction's elders. Why would he come to Nanming City so openly? The demon faction was the common enemy of the Dream Division realm. This time, when the demon faction wanted to buy the evil spring, they did not dare to show themselves in public. They could only use the faction that they controlled in secret to snatch it. However, that little demon master had suddenly appeared. It was really unbelievable. Su Yu's eyes flickered. Little demon master? There was such a person in the demon faction. Su Yu wondered whether he was strong or not, and whether he would be difficult to deal with. Chapter 25-22. Jiang Xuanzhong took out a bounty list with a detailed description. Chongyang frowned. Why isn't there a detailed description of the little devil master? How are we supposed to catch him? There was only one sentence about the little devil master. He is good at disguising himself, and it is very difficult to distinguish him from a demon. Su Yu looked at it and felt that he and Yu Xiangwan might be suitable targets. This was because both of them had godly eyes that were different from ordinary people, especially Yu Xiangwan. Her ability to see through things might even be better than his. His transparent eyes were just an accessory of the soul realm. Yu Xiangwan, on the other hand, specialized in this field. If it was easy to catch, the Imperial Guards of Nanming City would have caught him by themselves. Why would they need to put up a bounty? Ji Xuanling's eyes shone. Now the whole city is full of people trying to catch the little devil master. It all depends on who is lucky enough to find him. Chongyang nodded. That was true. Are we the only ones here? Chongyang pointed at the people around him. Jiang Xuanzhong's gaze swept across, pausing only on Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan. Who are they? He asked. Eldest senior brother. They are 2 capable people I picked from the outside sanctum. Their abilities have been tested, and they are very good, Chongyang recommended. Jiang Xuanzhong glanced at them and said, This operation is more important. It is better not to use people we don't know about. The 10 great inner sanctum disciples often met and trusted each other. Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan were not, but their abilities are really good. This is someone who defeated Jin Feijian, and this one can stop me. Chongyang said regretfully. He had brought the 2 of them here to be useful. That's not a big deal. They are dispensable. Jiang Xuanzhong interrupted him. Let them stay at the inn and do odd jobs. He insisted, and Chongyang could do nothing about it. Yu Xiangwan's eyes were filled with disappointment. She had thought she could make a name for herself, but she was still limited by her status. The local geniuses of the 8-star civilizations must have looked down on them from the outside world. In the end, except for Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan, everyone else went out to look for the little devil master. Even the golden-armored hall master was controlled by them. "Brother Su, are you willing?" Yu Xiangwan asked desolately. Su Yu's expression was indifferent. Willing? Like a fool, searching for a needle in a haystack in a sea of people? He didn't even know the little devil lord's appearance and characteristics, and he still wanted to find him? Even if the little devil lord stood in front of them, they might not be able to recognize him, right? Those inner sect disciples were really poor to the point of insanity. How could he be willing to do such a stupid thing? "Brother Su, there seems to be a hidden meaning in your words." Yu Xiangwan had been in contact with Su Yu for several years, so she had a rough understanding of his character. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian knew that there was a hidden meaning behind it. Su Yu looked at Yu Xiangwan and chuckled. "I never expected to get a share of the evil spring from the inner sanctum disciples." "Oh." Yu Xiangwan's eyes were sparkling as she sat beside Su Yu with a smile. "What schemes do you have up your sleeve this time?" Su Yu took out the space storage artifact that contained the 6th grade 9 nether crystal. "Won't you know what kind of trick it is if you take a look?" It was hard to say for others, but Yu Xiangwan was trustworthy. He needed Xiangwan's help to purchase the evil spring as well. That was why he told her about his trump card in advance. Yu Xiangwan was puzzled. She took a glance inside and immediately got up in shock. "You, where did you get so many 6th grade 9 nether crystals?" "Oh my God!" That amount was even more than the value of all the 9 nether crystals at the Heavenly Awakening Feast combined. "Of course it was dug out by my good son." Su Yu smiled. When he had given his son to Yu Xiangwan, she had rejected him. But now, Yu Xiangwan stood rooted to the ground. She did not have the slightest bit of doubt. That baby was indeed too strange. She did not find it strange that he could dig out the 9 nether crystals. "Ah, it's good to have a free son," Yu Xiangwan sighed, regretting that she did not accept him back then. He could only helplessly look at Su Yu, who had turned from a person who was in dire straits like him into a wealthy tycoon. After letting out a bitter laugh, Yu Xiangwan burst out laughing. "In that case, those inner disciples are fools. Not only did they not fawn over you, but they also went to look for the little devil master, especially that Jiang Xuanzhong, who looked down on him and Su Yu. But in the end, the support they received from the faction was not even half of what Su Yu had. How ironic. Isn't that right?" Su Yu leaned against the wall, leisurely. The inner sanctum disciples worked hard to earn money, while the 2 outer sanctum disciples waited comfortably for the evil spring to start buying. "Wait, you said this is your son's rations? What will he eat after spending it?" Yu Xiangwan asked. Su Yu laughed bitterly. "So, I have to go out and look for a reliable mine and let my son dig some rations." Yu Xiangwan pondered. "Then you'd better be careful. This is Nanming City, right under the nose of the Star Rain Empress. The local 9 nether crystal mine should belong to the Star Rain Empress. You have to be mentally prepared to dig for her mine." "I know." Su Yu nodded. After saying this, he went out to the outskirts of Nanming City. Under Nanming City, there was the best 9 nether crystal mine in the whole south. Back then, the Star Rain Empress had found that there were many 9 nether crystals here. Standing outside the city, as far as the eye could see, it was densely packed with interconnected mines. And it was the same as the Greater One faction. Every night, the 9 nether evil wind would blow in the mine, and it was quite violent. Path masters below the middle Nirvana realm did not dare to linger here. Su Yu hid until late at night. When the cold wind came from the mine, he showed himself and jumped into one of the larger mines. The scale of the mine was extremely large. more than 10 times larger than the greater one faction's mine. After hundreds of millions of years of mining, different tunnels had been dug out in the mine, each of which was extremely deep. Good son, come out and work. So you let the baby out. The baby was shouting in confusion, but he seemed to have sensed something. Suddenly, he became spirited and screamed in surprise as he looked at the tunnel in front of him. Then, with a flash, he flew into a tunnel. Before long, Suyu heard the rumbling sound of the mine cracking. He rushed over to take a look and saw that the baby had dug out a giant 6th grade 9 nether crystal that weighed 1,000 pounds. However, he hesitated and did not eat it. After thinking for a while, he threw it away and continued to move forward. Suyu was surprised. He did not eat the 6th grade 9 nether crystal. Did he find something better? Picking up the 6th grade 9 nether crystal that he had thrown away, Suyu followed to see what was going on. Along the way, the baby found many 6th grade 9 nether crystals, but he gave up on all of them. In the end, he did not even bother to dig for them. All of them benefited Suyu. In just 4 hours, he had dug out 2,000 pounds of 6th grade 9 nether crystals. This is indeed the center of the South. The output of the 9 nether crystals in the mine is several times that of the greater one faction. At that moment, the baby suddenly screamed in surprise. Suyu walked over to take a look and saw a 200-pound, dark, purple 9 nether crystal embedded in the depths of the mine. Chapter 25-23. Moreover, it was 100 gene. In terms of value alone, it was worth 32,000 time crystals. The baby immediately started munching happily and finished eating in a short while. He licked his lips as if he hadn't had enough, and continued to open a path deeper into the forest. After that, he discovered several pieces of 5th grade netherworld crystals. After eating his fill, his face was full of joy. If you are full, then continue to work and stock up on rations, Suyu said. The baby waved his little fists in protest, as if to say that Suyu was abusing him. Sure, from tomorrow onwards, you can start eating the 6th grade 9 nether crystals, Suyu said indifferently. Anyway, I won't be the one going hungry. Only then did the baby put down his fist in protest. He whimpered and continued to lead the way in dissatisfaction. It wasn't that Suyu really wanted to continue digging for more 9 nether crystals. It was because they could only come to this mine once today. After tonight, the news of the mine being robbed would definitely reach the Star Rain Empress, and she would increase her vigilance. At that time, wouldn't they be walking right into a trap if they came to the mine again? Therefore, he could only secretly dig for today. The two of them continued forward and were busy until dawn. Suyu had harvested 10,000 kilograms of 5th grade 9 nether crystals. The 5th grade 9th hell crystals in this mine had basically all been dug out. As for the 6th grade 9 nether crystals, they dug out no less than 50,000 kilograms. The harvest of one day was more than what the Greater One sect had gained in half a year. Let's go. Looking at the time, the 9th hell evil wind was about to end, and it was time to leave. However, the baby suddenly stared blankly at the stone wall of the mine in front of him. What's wrong? We don't have much time left, so we must leave quickly, Suyu said. The baby pointed at the mountain wall and turned around to tell Suyu something. Only then did Suyu realize that the baby's tears were moist, as if he was about to cry. You recognize something inside, don't you? Suyu was surprised, and he quickly asked. The baby nodded and cast a pleading look at Suyu, asking him to dig a little longer. All right, but it can't exceed the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. 1 incense stick's time was the limit. The baby was overjoyed and immediately led the way. Originally, a single punch from him could easily create a crack as thick as his body in the mine. However, this punch only left a fist-sized crack in the mine. It was obvious that the walls of the mine here were harder. What's going on? Suyu was surprised. Could there really be something extraordinary ahead? The baby persevered. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he finally broke the stone wall. Suyu looked through the crack and almost jumped in fright. On the other side of the fissure, A human face was looking at Suyu. His eyes were wide open, his gaze faint, and his face was filled with anger. When Suyu looked again, he realized that it was a dead man. On the surface of her body, there was an extremely thin layer of purplish-black crystals of the netherworld. 4th grade 9 Serenity's crystal. Suyu was shocked. A 4th grade 9 Serenity's crystal had appeared once in the Heavenly Awakening Grand Assembly, and a female corpse had emerged from it. A similar situation had occurred in front of them. The baby was even more anxious. He rushed forward and took out the grade 4 Abyssal Odd Crystal, then crushed all the Abyssal Odd Crystals outside. Being such a glutton, he didn't even spare a glance at the 4th grade 9 Serenity's crystal. He lay on the corpse that had been dug out and cried loudly. When Suyu looked over, he saw that the corpse with its eyes open was a young woman. Her features were picturesque, and she was extremely beautiful. She was not inferior to the female corpse from the Heaven Awakened banquet. Judging from her expression before she died with everlasting regret. "Let's get out of here first," Suyu said. There wasn't much time left. He tried to put the female corpse back into the storage space, but he failed. It was as if there was a mysterious force that was preventing the female corpse from entering the storage space. His eyes narrowed, and he vaguely sensed that it was the power of the great beginning realm. Helpless, he could only pick up the female corpse. When he comforted the baby and let him enter the storage space, the latter held onto the female corpse tightly and refused to leave. "Hold on tight then." The Milky Way spread under Suyu's feet, and he galloped at an extremely fast speed through the 9 Serenities' evil wind that was gradually coming to a stop. Time ticked by. By the time he reached the exit of the mine, the 9 Serenities' evil wind had already stopped. He cursed inwardly and was about to rush out of the mine in a flash. But at that moment, 2 figures who had been conversing calmly descended. That thing should be unearthed soon. It will be completed in a few more decades. The Star Rain Empress will be very pleased. Suddenly, a figure brushed past them. The figure on the left was startled, and then pointed a finger across the air. "Who dares to enter the mine without permission?" At this moment, the slaves who were mining in the mine should not have come out yet. The person who suddenly appeared was most likely an intruder. Suyu hurried forward, but behind him came a domain that made him shudder. Without thinking, Suyu turned his head and shot 8 bolts of purple thunderbolts that were as thick as mountains behind him. Boom! But under that domain, the thunderbolts were like ordinary beams of light, and they were quickly destroyed. The domain bombarded him in an instant. Suyu had no choice but to use the space domain again. But just as he was about to launch it, the aftermath of the domain arrived first, shaking off the female corpse in his hand. He hesitated for a moment. It would be too dangerous to go back to snatch the female corpse. But looking at the crying baby struggling to throw himself at the female corpse, Suyu gritted his teeth, turned around, flew over, and grabbed the female corpse again. Then he immediately used the space domain. Puff! But it was still a step too late, and he was hit by the sweeping space domain. Starting from his back, the terrifying domain smashed him into pieces. His internal organs were instantly turned into a mess. His entire body was completely smashed, and only half of his head was left. Even so, Suyu gritted his teeth and persisted in activating the space domain, successfully escaping. The 2 figures chased after him out of the mine. Looking around, they could not find Suyu's figure. What was that thing? It did not die. They searched around, but did not find Suyu's corpse. Only now did the person who had spoken reveal his cultivation level. He was in existence at the Nirvana realm. Under normal circumstances, a middle-stage Nirvana realm martial artist would not be able to survive in his hands. The other figure was deep in thought. "Brother Yen, did you see the thing he dropped? Did it look like a female corpse?" A female corpse? The 2 of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Could it be? The 2 of them immediately entered the mine and searched the tunnels one by one. Finally, They found that one of the tunnels had been penetrated by someone for thousands of miles. Along the way, all the high-grade 9 Serenity's crystals had been dug up. At the end of the fissure, they even found a few fragments of 4th grade 9 Serenity's crystals. Damn it! He stole what the Star Rain Empress wanted. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Quick, inform the Star Rain Empress. On the other side, at a lake in the suburbs, half of Suyu's head, a female corpse, and a baby tumbled down from the sky. Chapter 25-24. Seeing this, the baby threw himself at Suyu and burst into tears. Suyu looked weak. Enduring the pain, he smiled with difficulty. Don't cry. I got that dead woman back for you. As if he could understand Suyu's words, the baby cried even harder, kissing Suyu's head and crying. Imperceptibly, the relationship between them seemed to have become closer because of Suyu's actions. In the past, although he had always called him father, there was no sense of closeness, and it was a little strange. At this moment, he finally accepted Suyu. At this time, Suyu had recovered half of his body and an arm. He gently touched the tear-stained baby, looked at the dead woman, and sighed. Although I don't know who she is to you, you still have me. As long as I am alive, I will protect you until you grow up. The baby nodded obediently, wiped his tears, and came back to the dead woman's side. His eyes were filled with tears, and he whispered, Sister, sister, sister? Su-Yu's body gradually recovered. He came to the side of the dead woman and pointed his finger between her eyebrows. Bring the dead back to life. A mysterious life field enveloped her body. However, there was no sign of her resurrection. Suyu sighed silently. It didn't work after all. He had already mentally prepared himself that the ancient dead man from the 9 Serenities, Crystal, might not be resurrected. Now it seemed that she looked at the dead woman and whispered, I will take care of your brother for you. Please rest in peace. A strange scene appeared. The dead woman's eyes were really closed. At the same time, strange words appeared between her eyebrows, cheeks, and neck. Are these the words of the heavenly book? Su-Yu was surprised. He was familiar with the heavenly book. How could he not recognize the words on it? However, Su-Yu couldn't recognize the heavenly book character on his glabella even after staring at it for a while. Why are there words of the heavenly book on the dead woman's body? Su-Yu was surprised. Looking at her neck, Su-Yu said, Miss, I am sorry. He took off all the clothes of the dead woman, revealing her perfect and arousing body. However, Su-Yu's attention had been attracted by the dense words on her body. Sure enough, not only did words appear on her face, but also on her body. He immediately wrote them down. After recording them down, Su-Yu found that it seemed to be a spell. Su-Yu slowly recited the first part of the incantation, which he had no trouble reading. As he muttered to himself, the baby next to him suddenly began to cry. Lowering his head to take a look, Su-Yu was shocked to discover that the baby had grown a lot taller. She looked like she was less than a year old. But after she finished reading, she looked like she was 2 years old. On his body, the words of the heavenly book that Su-Yu had recited appeared. When he looked at the female corpse again, the words of the heavenly book that Su-Yu had recited had disappeared. Could it be some kind of legacy? Su-Yu was surprised. He had the intention to recite the next incantation, but unfortunately there were a few words from the heavenly book that were particularly strange, and he had never seen them before. Are there any heavenly book characters in the world that have not been recorded in the wordless heavenly book? Or could it be that Yunyazi did not pass on all the words of the heavenly book to me? Su-Yu pondered. Helpless, he could only give up for now. He glanced at the female corpse. The corpse could not be stored in the storage device. He helped the female corpse put on her clothes again, then put the straw cape on her and used a strand of soul power to control the female corpse's body. Strangely, it was surprisingly smooth for him to control the female corpse. Generally speaking, it was difficult to control a soul that entered another corpse unless the soul of the corpse owner agreed. Su Yu looked at the female corpse strangely and muttered to himself, "Is this female corpse really dead or faking her death?" He had asked her to close her eyes in peace just now, and she seemed to have heard him. Now it was exceptionally smooth for him to control the body. I wonder what the cultivation of this female corpse is like. Su Yu controlled the body to see if he could release the original cultivation of the body. Under his control, the female corpse raised her snow-white hand and slapped the air in front of her. A scene that made Su Yu's scalp tingle appeared. The surface of the lake in the distance disappeared into thin air. To be precise, everything in the direction of the palm print was evaporated. The Nirvana void realm. Su Yu gasped. This was the last realm below the Pathmaster, which could only be achieved by the Nirvana void realm. The female corpse in front of him turned out to be an almighty Nirvana void realm when she was alive. Just thinking about it made Su Yu's scalp tingle. But then, Su Yu felt a piercing pain in his head. Then, the soul in the female corpse's body collapsed. There was nothing in the female corpse's body now. So if he wanted to use her power, he would have to consume Su Yu's soul. Su Yu wanted to use the female corpse as a fighter, but it seemed that unless it was a life and death situation, it was better not to use it. A casual slap could consume a trace of his soul. If she fought with all her strength, wouldn't Su Yu's soul be consumed in half an hour? If the demonic ape puppet was a waste of money, the female corpse in front of him was a waste of life. Shaking his head, he controlled the female corpse with a trace of his soul and made her follow him. Then he returned to the city calmly. However, in order to avoid being recognized, Su Yu controlled the female corpse to enter the city alone and find an inn to stay in. He returned to the city alone. As soon as he entered the city, Su Yu saw the reward posted at the city gate. Hundreds of martial artists were looking around. It seems that the little demon master has not been found yet. Su Yu smiled. As he was about to leave, he turned around and saw a pair of bright, clear eyes. Her eyes were filled with shock, and she stared at Su Yu without blinking. Su Yu's eyes swept over her face, and he was shocked. He looked at her in disbelief. It was a beautiful face, so beautiful that it was indescribable. Su Yu had spent many days with her when they were in the outer region. Su Yu, I'm not dreaming, am I? The beautiful woman stepped forward and pinched Su Yu's face. She touched his chest, her eyes full of surprise. After she was done, she hugged Su Yu and cried tears of joy. I thought you were dead. She was none other than Xia Xiaoya, from the leader of the Xiaya pirates in the Pirate Alliance, to enemies and finally to friends. When Su Yu broke through to the Pathmaster level and absorbed the Pathfire, she thought he was buried in it. Disheartened, she returned to the 8-star civilization. She had never even dreamed that she would one day reunite with Su Yu. Moreover, they were in an 8-star civilization. Su Yu's heart was filled with indescribable joy. They were in a strange place, but they were familiar people. Have you hugged enough? Su Yu smiled. Xia Xiaoya let go of him hurriedly. There was a hint of shyness in her fair, jade-like face. She was instantly charming and charming. I forgot that you have a wife. How could Xia Xiaoya forget Qin Xianer? There had been a misunderstanding in the past. Su Yu smiled as he looked at Xia Xiaoya. I thought you were unusual. I didn't expect you to be from an 8-star civilization. Xia Xiaoya smiled apologetically. Chapter 25. She had encountered many dangers in the ancient region. The most dangerous time was when she became the Beast Slave King's slave, and the treacherous Beast Slave King almost succeeded in taking her. Fortunately, Su Yu appeared. It's fine. Su Yu waved his hand. Why are you in Nanming City? Xia Xiaoya rolled her eyes. I just happened to wander here. I don't have a place to stay. If you have one, take me with you. This, even without her request. Su Yu would have asked if she had a place to stay. But it did not feel right for her to ask Su Yu to take her with him. Although they were friends, there was a difference between a man and a woman. All right. I still have some friends at the inn I'm staying at. Since you're alone, you can come with us. Xia Xiaoya smiled. Hee, having you is enough. Not long after, in the inn, Yu Xiangwan spun the teacup on the table in boredom, pondering. Brother Su treats me with sincerity. Shouldn't I reveal some things to him? It was true that he came from a small domain. It was true that he came from a small region, but it was not so simple to achieve what he had today. He had another identity. But just like how Su Yu's identity as the successor of the ancient god Jilong had been kept a secret, his identity could not be easily revealed to outsiders. At this moment, Su Yu walked in from outside. Yu Xiangwan perked up a little and smiled. We're finally back. Suddenly he froze. This was because a peerless beauty was following Su Yu intimately. That beautiful face was more beautiful than all the women he had seen in his life. However, upon closer inspection, an undetectable trace of azure light flashed across his eyes. Yu Xiangwan's expression changed, as if he had discovered something. After a few moments of shock, he managed to regain his composure before Su Yu came in. Brother Su, this is? Yu Xiangwan asked, pretending to be surprised. Su Yu smiled. My friend from the outside world, Xia Xiaoya. She has also come to an 8-star civilization. We just happened to meet. Oh. Yu Xiangwan had a look of realization and revealed a strange smile. Brother Su is really lucky to have picked up such a beautiful lady just by going out for a trip. You found a son first and a beauty the next. Sigh, why don't I have such good luck? Xia Xiaoya was startled, her tone bitter as she laughed with difficulty. So you have a son? The last time he saw Qin Xianer, she didn't have it, right? In the blink of an eye, Su Yu had become a father. I picked him up, Su Yu added. However, my son should have already been born. Xia Xiaoya's expression, which had just gotten a little better, instantly dimmed again. As expected. Miss Xia, may I ask where are you from? Yu Xiangwan asked with a smile. Xia looked at him, and her eyes became deep. Me. What's wrong with an ordinary girl? Xia Xiaoya said meaningfully. Yu Xiangwan chuckled. Nothing, I'm just asking. Xia Xiaoya smiled faintly and fell silent. Su, you looked at the two of them, meaningfully. Are you hiding something from me? No. Xia Xiaoya and Yu Xiangwan said at the same time. Just as Su Yu was about to ask more questions, a figure rushed in. It was Chongyang. Su Yu, come here. I have something for you to do, Chongyang said anxiously. He glanced at Xia Xiaoya out of the corner of his eyes and was stunned by her beauty. However, he didn't have time to pay attention to her and went to the secret room with a dark expression. Su Yu told Xia Xiaoya, don't run around. Wait for me. After he finished speaking, he immediately left. Not long after he left, the spinning teacup in Yu Xiangwan's hand gradually stopped. He looked at Xia Xiaoya, his eyes filled with blue light. Miss Xia, Brother Su is my most precious friend. I hope you don't have any bad ideas about him. Otherwise, you might regret it. Xia Xiaoya crossed her arms in front of her chest and sneered. Who do you think you are? When I first met Su Yu, I didn't even know where you were. How dare you warn me? Her relationship with Su Yu was extraordinary. How could she allow others to sow discord? Is that so? I didn't even know that Brother Su is acquainted with the future successor of the demon faction, the little demon master. Yu Xiangwan's eyes were sharp. Su, you might not be able to see through it, but Yu Xiangwan could see things that the transparent eye couldn't. The woman in front of him had the appearance of a human, and it was her true appearance. She was indeed a peerlessly beautiful woman. This was not a lie. However, he could clearly see the blood flowing in her body. She had 2 sets of energy channels. One meridian flowed with the blood of ordinary humans, while the other contained the incomparably obscure blood of the demon race. As far as he knew, there was only one kind of person in the demon faction who was born with a human body. That was the demon master and his descendants. Therefore, at first glance, Yu Xiangwan was sure that Xia Xiaoya was the little demon master who was wanted by the entire Nanming city. Xia Xiaoya chuckled. A wisp of demonic energy flashed in her eyes. How much better are you? A corpse who has achieved the path. Xia Xiaoya said coldly. In Su Yu's life, he has fought with the corpse clan many times in the outer realm. I'm afraid he doesn't have any good feelings toward them. Yu Xiangwan's pupils shrank. A wisp of deeply hidden death energy gathered in his blue pupils. Xia Xiaoya giggled. So, you'd better behave yourself too. Su Yu is the person I like. If you dare to touch a single hair of his, I dare say that you won't be able to walk out of the dream, severed boundary alive. As a demon, Xia Xiaoya was very sensitive to sinister races like the Corpse Clan. Su, you might not have sensed it, but Xia Xiaoya did. The two of them looked at each other. There was a sharp, murderous intent hidden in their eyes. If it wasn't for Su Yu, the two of them would probably have started fighting on the spot. At the same time, in the secret room, Chongyang's face was gloomy. He said, according to the latest news, the Empress Star Rain's mine was robbed by an unknown person. The Empress is furious. Su Yu's face was calm. Who is so daring as to rob the Empress's mine? Who knows who is not afraid of death? Now, the Empress is venting her anger on everyone. She has already refused to sell the evil spring. Chongyang's face was even uglier than a pig's liver. What? Su Yu was also stunned. How could this be? He had only dug up some mines. Did the Empress Star Rain have to be so angry? What did that person dig up to make the Empress Star Rain so angry? Su Yu asked tentatively. Chongyang slapped his thigh and said angrily, I heard that he dug up the female corpse that the Empress had been digging for 100 million years. 100 million years? Only then did Su Yu realize that the Empress Star Rain might have discovered the existence of the female corpse a long time ago. In the end, she had accidentally helped Su Yu and the baby. Now, the Empress Star Rain has given the order to expel all outsiders from the city. We have come in vain this time. Chongyang sighed. He had worked so hard, but in the end it was all for naught. Su Yu was also annoyed. Is the Empress Star Rain still a child? Why is she so willful? Chapter 25-26. Sure. Chongyang hurriedly shut his mouth and chided. How dare you speak so bluntly about the Empress? Do you want to die? If someone were to hear it and spread it to Empress Star Rain, the consequences could be imagined. So you did not take it seriously. Wasn't he just a descendant of the Time Sovereign? So what if I scolded him? He had beaten them before. What should we do now? Su Yu asked. Chongyang shook his head. We have no choice but to retreat. However, before leaving southern Ming City, we need to dispose of the 9 nether crystals that are worth 8 million time crystals. Even without his explanation, Su Yu understood the reason. If the Empress chased them away from southern Ming City, there would definitely be chaos outside the city. At that time, it was inevitable that there would be people who would harbor evil thoughts and rob their small sections. Therefore, it was best to dispose of the netherworld crystal and convert it into a time crystal. The time crystal could be deposited in a bank in South Bright City. He would come back for it when it was safe. Let's split up and take action. Each of us will take care of a part of it. I'll leave the rest to you. He passed a storage space to Su Yu. There were level 8 and level 9 nether crystals inside, weighing about 50,000 kilograms. It was estimated to be worth 1 or 2 million time crystals. Go. Chongyang waved his hand. Su Yu nodded. When he left the secret chamber and passed by the main hall, he saw that Xia Xiaoya and Yu Xiangwan were fine. The two of them were even talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Su Yu, where are you going? Sell some 9 Serenity's crystals. I'll go too. Xia Xiaoya stepped forward and hugged Su Yu's arm affectionately. Yu Xiangwan got up from her seat. Brother Su, I'll go too, it's safer. He and Xia Xiaoya looked at each other secretly, hostility in their eyes. Su Yu rubbed his nose and looked at the two of them. You too. Fine, wait for me to come back. It's just a small matter. I'll be back soon, so you don't have to follow me. How observant was he? There must be something between the two of them. After saying that, he left alone. In South Bright City, there were only two ways to exchange netherworld crystals for time crystals. The other was through private channels. As long as there were people willing to buy and sell, it would be fine. The other was the official channel, which was the exchange hall set up by Queen Star Rain. If he wanted a small amount of 9 nether crystals, he could obtain them through private channels. However, if he wanted a large amount, he could try to obtain them all he wanted. So, Suyu went to the exchange hall of the Empress Star Rain. However, when he rushed over, it was overcrowded. Everyone was flocking and madly exchanging for the netherworld crystal. It seemed that the smart people who planned ahead were not only the inner sect disciples of Greater One Sect. Those with a bit of foresight were all thinking of ways to avoid risks. Suyu went forward to inquire about it. Only then did he know that the exchange rate had been reduced to a shocking level. Normally, in South Bright City, the exchange rate of 8th grade netherworld crystals and time crystals was 1 to 20. 500 grams of 8th grade netherworld crystals could be exchanged for 20 time crystals. But now, 500 grams of 8th grade 9 nether crystals could only be exchanged for 5 pieces. It had shrunk by more than 5 times. The netherworld crystal in Suyu's hands was originally worth $1 or $2 million. Now, it was not even worth $500,000. Isn't Empress Star Rain a little too shady? Are they trying to take advantage of the situation? Suyu was speechless. Right when he was hesitating, a strand of suppressed and muffled sound resounded from behind him. Little brother, do you want exchange for the time crystal? 1 to 20. When Suyu turned his head to take a look, he saw a sneaky person who seemed to be talking to the air unintentionally. You are a merchant from the evil cult. Suyu pondered. Even if the exchange rate was 1 to 15, the merchant would still make a profit. The only worry was that the other party was from the black market. After thinking for a moment, Suyu nodded. Lead the way. The latter led the way without batting an eyelid. After a few twists and turns, they arrived at a remote area. When he went forward, there were already a few people in the deserted yard. It looked like they were all waiting to sell the netherworld crystals. Sorry for the long wait. The merchant laughed and cupped his fists. We have gathered 8 people. Let's begin. A girl's crisp voice could be heard. Suyu walked over and saw that it was a golden-haired young lady. Her long golden hair was soft like a waterfall. Her snow-white face exquisite and beautiful. Her eyes were like dots of paint, and her brows looked like they had been drawn with a brush. Her figure was exquisite, thin and beautiful. She also had an outstanding temperament, not like an ordinary person. What a beautiful young lady! She should only be 15 years old. When she grew up, she would definitely be a peerless beauty. But Suyu's heart did not waver, and he retracted his gaze after a casual glance. Let's begin now. Take out all the netherworld crystals you have. We merchants still have credibility. Everyone took out their netherworld crystals one after another, and the number was very large. Su used netherworld crystals, which were worth 1 or 2 million time crystals, could only be considered average. As expected, the merchant exchanged his credibility for the crystals one by one. In the end, Suyu obtained 2 million time crystals, for 100,000 less than he had expected. He wondered if Chongyang would blame him for this. After the exchange, everyone was about to leave. Only the golden-haired young lady stood motionless on the spot. She said leisurely, I didn't expect the demonic faction to have some credibility. I thought you would do evil. The merchant laughed dryly. Of course, we merchants have some credibility. Otherwise, how can we compete with the Star Rain Empress for food? The golden-haired young lady crossed her arms over her chest and wrinkled her nose. It is precisely because you have credibility that I cannot keep you. Whoosh! Streams of incomparably tyrannical aura suddenly surrounded them from all directions. There was no lack of Nirvana realm strong men among them. The merchant was shocked. He glared at the golden-haired young lady. "Are you with the Star Rain Empress?" She must have reported them. Su Yu was furious. Wasn't this Star Rain Empress too much? She had taken advantage of them, yet she did not allow others to find other channels. The golden-haired young lady raised her head proudly. "Humph, capture them all." Several auras immediately rushed over. Su Yu was angry and glanced at the golden-haired young lady. Without saying a word, he secretly used the space domain and teleported behind the young lady. Then he lifted his foot and kicked her, but how could the young lady guard against someone who could teleport? Caught off guard, he was sent flying by Su Yu's kick and fell flat on his face. She turned her head angrily and looked into Su Yu's eyes. "Informant, serves you right." Su Yu cursed and immediately used the tortoiseshell given to him by Yu Xiangwan to escape from the ground. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. The several strong men surrounding them could only watch helplessly, unable to track Su Yu's whereabouts. The golden-haired young lady got up from the ground and looked at her dirty blue dress. She was trembling with anger. "Guards, find him for me," touching her burning, but the golden-haired young lady was ashamed and angry. Whoosh! Several strong men immediately appeared in front of her and knelt on one knee. They said respectfully in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." Su Yu had no idea who he had kicked. He returned to the inn calmly. Chapter 25-27. At that time, Jiang Xuanzhong, Ji Xianling, and Huo Li had returned. Their faces did not look too good. Seeing that Su Yu had returned, Chongyang asked immediately, "Did you succeed in the exchange?" "Yes, but because of the large amount of 9 Serenities crystals being dumped in the city, its value has fallen greatly, and it has not been sold for the value it should have," Su Yu said truthfully. Chongyang sighed as if he had expected this. Jiang Xuanzhong scolded, "Chongyang, I told you not to hand it over to these useless outer sect disciples. They will only follow the prescribed order and waste our 9 nether crystals for nothing." Su Yu sighed in his heart. He had done his best, but the result was not satisfactory. Chongyang patted Su Yu's shoulder and said, "Don't be discouraged. Eldest senior brother was just saying that out of anger." The 3 senior brothers didn't go to the redemption hall. Instead, they found a private exchange and successfully exchanged at a rate of 1 to 10, which helped the sect recover a lot of losses. If it was given to the redemption hall, it would at most be half of what it was now. Even so, 3rd senior brother was still cheated out of his pocket. The fact that you were able to exchange for it means that you've conformed to the norm. There's nothing wrong with that. Su Yu was recommended by Chongyang, so he naturally had to protect him. Hearing this, Su Yu was startled. Their exchange rate was only 110, and he was robbed. How dare he say he was useless? Chongyang opened his spatial storage device and said, "You only brought back 400,000 time crystals, right? According to the exchange rate in the redemption hall, it should only be 400,000. Hee, I'm afraid that you might not even have 400,000. The exchange rate is constantly being lowered. If you exchange without thinking, you will only be cheated by others." Huo Li vented his frustration on Su Yu. Su Yu furrowed his brows. He was not a clay bodhisattva. It was one thing for him to say 1 or 2 sarcastic remarks, but there was no end to it. No matter how little it is, it's still better than you being snatched away by someone else, Su Yu said coldly. "Pa!" Huo Li smashed the teacup in his hand and yelled furiously, "Impudent! Do you know who you're talking to?" "I know. He's a useless person, yet he still vents his anger on others," Su Yu said bluntly. Huo Li was already furious, to begin with. Now that an outer sect disciple poked his sore spot, he was naturally enraged. "Kneel!" Huo Li ordered coldly. The golden-armored hall master looked on coldly from the side, happy to see this. He had wanted to attack Suyu for a long time, but he didn't expect that Suyu would seek his own death before he could do anything. As an outer sect disciple, he actually dared to challenge an inner sect disciple. They really don't know how to write the word death. Suyu chuckled. Suyu did not have any respect for such people, who did not dare to take revenge after suffering outside and only knew how to be arrogant in their own home. Not to mention kneeling to him. The outer disciples nowadays are really outrageous. Hua Li stood up and said coldly he was going to take action himself. But just as he was about to take action, Chongyang shouted out of the blue, "How is this possible?" He exclaimed, causing Hua Li and the others to look over. Hua Li asked with a murderous aura, "Was it because of this brat that we only have a few 9 darkness crystals left?" Jiang Xuanzhong and Ji Xianling subconsciously thought of the same thing, and their faces immediately darkened. No. Chongyang lifted his eyes and looked at Suyu. His eyes were filled with deep surprise and confusion. He handed the space storage device to Jiang Xuanzhong and said, "Senior brothers, take a look at it yourself." Jiang Xuanzhong was the first to look at it. His pupils shrank as he glanced over it. How is this possible? There were 2 million time crystals neatly placed in the space storage device. The 4 of them had each used 2 million time crystals worth of 9 darkness crystals to exchange for them. In the end, the total amount that the 3 of them had exchanged for was only a mere 2 million. But what Suyu had gotten was the sum of all of theirs. As an inner sanctum disciple, this made him feel even more incredulous and slightly embarrassed. Soon after, Ji Xianling also finished looking at it. She covered her red lips in disbelief and looked at Suyu from head to toe in surprise. Hua Li had a strange look on his face. "What's wrong with you?" It seemed like it wasn't because he had exchanged for too little. Ji Xianling looked at Hua Li meaningfully and handed the space storage device to him. "Take a look and you will understand." He took the space storage device and scanned its contents. His expression changed drastically. 2 million? This is impossible. No one replied. The 2 million time crystals were lying there. It was the most irrefutable evidence. The 3 inner sanctum disciples fell silent. Apart from Ji Xianling, the other 2 looked a little embarrassed. They had just berated Suyu, an outer sanctum disciple, for being useless. In the end, they couldn't even compare to a single outer sanctum disciple. What they had just said was like a resounding slap to their own faces. Chongyang was secretly gratified. He gave Suyu a thumbs up, indicating that he had done a good job. The person he had recommended was indeed extraordinary. Cough, cough. In this case, we have recovered the loss of 4 million time crystals. In total, we have only lost 2/3, Chongyang concluded. Hearing this, Hua Li's expression was the ugliest. He had suffered a great loss because he had been robbed of a portion of the 9 darkness crystal. When we return to the faction, I will ask the higher-ups for your credit. Chongyang said happily. Suyu cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Senior Brother Chongyang." After a brief moment of awkwardness, the atmosphere slowly eased. Jiang Xuanzhong coughed lightly and said, "Then let's set off. We will deposit the time crystals in the Nanming City Bank and return to the faction." Everyone nodded. In such a situation, they could only leave. The group was discussing in a secret room. Suddenly, there was an urgent knock on the door. When they opened the door, it was Yu Xiangwan. There was a tinge of anxiousness on his face. "What are you knocking for?" Jiang Xuanzhong shouted coldly. Yu Xiangwan could not care less about his attitude. "Let's go. The Nanming City Imperial Guards are surrounding our inn. If we don't break out now, it will be too late." Yu Xiangwan, who had special eyes, was the first to notice the movement of the Imperial Guards. Behind her, Xia Xiaoya's expression was also grim. She had just received an urgent message from the demon faction. The Imperial Guards were gathering at her location. It was possible that her identity had been exposed and Nanming City knew about it. Jiang Xuanzhong's expression changed. He naturally did not believe that Yu Xiongwan was an outer sanctum disciple. However, at this moment, in the chaos of war, it was better to believe that it was true than not. "Let's go," he ordered decisively. Everyone immediately used their own techniques to leave the inn and gathered at a corner of the city wall. Not long after they left, an almighty Nirvana Void cultivator led a group of extremely powerful Imperial Guards to the inn. After surrounding the inn, everyone inside was captured and sent back to the Imperial Guards. At a corner of the city wall, in a hidden straw hut, Huli, who was dressed in a black robe, returned sneakily and met up with everyone who had gathered there. "What's the situation?" Jiang Xuanzhong asked. Hua Li's face was slightly pale, and he said with lingering fear, "I don't know what happened, but everyone in the inn we were staying at was captured. Not even the innkeeper and the waiters were spared." Chapter 25-28. Had the Imperial Guards gone mad? Why did they suddenly come to arrest people all of a sudden? Ji Xianling had a look of lingering fear. Fortunately, Yu Xiongwan informed them in time, and they left first. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Xuanzhong thought for a while and said, "It should be a wanted person in our inn. It should not be targeting us." Everyone agreed with his words. After all, their identities were clean, and they came from small sects far away. He was far from being the target that the southern Ming city's Imperial Guards were wantonly trying to capture. Su Yu was the only one who calmly touched his nose. He felt slightly guilty as he thought to himself, "Could it be that I kicked the old woman who reported the news and got myself into trouble?" That beautiful, golden-haired girl was obviously not simple. But of course he wouldn't say it out loud. He nodded his head like a chick pecking at grains. "Yes, eldest senior brother is right. I wonder which bastard attracted the Imperial Guards." Jiang Xuanzhong looked at Su Yu in surprise. Why does Su Yu's attitude seem so strange? "Eldest senior brother, what should we do now?" Ji Xianling asked. Should he continue to take the risk and deposit the time crystal into the bank, or should he just go back? "Let's wait and see. We'll decide after the situation calms down," Jiang Xuanzhong said. Just like that, the group of people quietly concealed themselves. For several days, there was no movement. Only then did they relax. Jiang Xuanzhong stood up and said, "I'll go store the time crystal. Prepare yourselves. We'll be leaving now." But right at this moment, a joyous cheer came from outside their hiding place. "Empress Star Rain is showing mercy. She's agreed to sell the evil spring again. Today is the day. Go grab it." Someone raised his arms and cheered, causing an uproar. Jiang Xuanzhong was stunned. The veins on his forehead bulged. He clenched his fists tightly and said angrily, "What the hell is that Empress Star Rain doing?" The rest of the inner disciples' faces were ugly as well. He canceled the sale first, causing them to sell the 9 Underworld's crystals in their hands at a low price. However, when they finished selling and were about to leave, the Empress started selling again. Even Jiang Xuanzhong couldn't help but curse out loud. In fact, he was not the only one who was cursing. Almost all the people who had sold the 9 Serenities crystals were cursing. They had been tricked too miserably. Now, with the time crystals in their hands, they could only buy back a third of the original Netherworld crystals. It was even more difficult for them, who were already struggling to make ends meet. That Empress Star Rain did it on purpose, didn't she? Finally, Jack Xuanling came to a realization. First, he deliberately created chaos and made them sell the 9 Serenities crystal at a low price to the exchange hall of the Empress. Then he gave them hope, and in this way they bought back the Netherworld crystals at an expensive price. With this trip and return, Empress Star Rain had profited greatly. As an empress, you still plunder the wealth of our people. She's too black-hearted. Hua Xinli gritted his teeth. Su Yu's eyes flashed. He had long felt that Empress Star Rain's decision was too hasty, like a child's play. So there was more to it than meets the eye. That Empress was indeed a black-hearted person. What do we do now? Redeem the Netherworld crystal? Ji Xianling had the urge to cry. They hurried over from thousands of miles away and were toyed with in the palm of someone else's hand. They were truly unwilling. Do I have to go back empty-handed? Jiang Xuanzhong gritted his teeth. I know it's a trap, but I have no choice but to jump in. He went to the exchange hall alone to exchange for the Netherworld crystal. However, the exchange ratio almost made Jiang Xuanzhong vomit blood. The current exchange ratio had reached 1 to 50. In other words, 50 time crystals could only be exchanged for one caddy of 8th grade Netherworld crystal. In this way, the amount of Netherworld crystal he could exchange for was less than 500,000 caddies. In just a few days, the Netherworld crystal in their hands had shrunk by 8 times. In the exchange hall, Jiang Xuanzhong saw many people like him who had been cheated, but they were all like him, bracing themselves to exchange for it. Seeing this, Jiang Xuanzhong's mood improved. With so many people being cheated, this meant that everyone's Netherworld crystal had shrunk. They might not necessarily be unable to buy the evil spring. After returning, Jiang Xuanzhong invited the other 3 inner sanctum disciples, as well as the Golden Armor Hall Master. As for the rest of you, wait here for the time being. Jiang Xuanzhong looked at Su Yu meaningfully. Although Su Yu had displayed extraordinary abilities, he could not be of use to purchase the evil spring. If danger were to befall them, they could let Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan stay at the back to buy time for them. After they left, Yu Xiangwan, who was lying on a haystack, sat up, her eyes cold. Humph! Brother Su, you guessed it right. These people have no intention of sharing the evil spring with us. They did not even allow the 2 of them to participate in the purchase process, let alone the final distribution of the evil spring. Su Yu wasn't surprised at all, and he asked, Are you ready? Hee. Yu Xiangwan took out a black robe that she had prepared and put on. Even with Su Yu's transparent eyes, he could not see Yu Xiangwan under the black robe. Su Yu smiled, also putting on a disguise. It looks like Brother Su Yu is going to do something interesting. Then I'll add one too. Xia Xiaoye wiped her face with her small palm. Her beautiful face immediately turned back into the ordinary appearance of the Xiaoye leader. The 3 of them disguised themselves and went to the auction site of the evil spring. It was located in the plaza in front of the Empress's hall. A 9-colored fountain the size of a copper coin gushed out from the crack in the center of the plaza. That was the famous evil spring of the south. One only needed to swallow it to level up their domain. Around the evil spring, there were 10 white-robed old men standing. Every one of their cultivation levels was unfathomable. Su Yu looked at them and felt as if he was looking into an abyss. It was suffocating. It should be the Path Masters, Yu Xiangwan murmured, her expression grave. With so many strong men guarding it, even if the demon faction attacked with all their strength, they would not dare to snatch it. Moreover, there were even more powerful beings guarding the Empress's hall. If the demon faction dared to come, they would definitely die. When the number of people in the plaza had reached its limit, a pretty woman dressed in men's clothes walked out with her hands clasped behind her back. She was about 200 years old, but her cultivation had reached the shocking nirvana later stage. I am the 8th female servant of the Star Rain Empress, Xiao Yu. I am here on the orders of the Star Rain Empress to sell the evil spring. The young girl named Xiao Yu had bright eyes. With a wave of her hand, all the spring water in the evil spring was drawn up and circled in front of her. With a few points of her fingers, the evil spring was divided into 5 portions. There were 100 drops in each serving. 100 drops of the evil spring, and 1 portion is only enough for 1 person, Xiao Yu said honestly. Before they came, they only knew that the evil spring could level up one's domain. However, how much evil spring would be enough was still unknown. Now that they knew that one portion was only enough for one person, the hearts of the people in the plaza could not help but sink. There were only 5 portions, and one portion was only enough for one person. How intense would the competition be then? Many people who did not have many 9 Serenities crystals in their hands were already sighing deeply. This was because they knew that they would not stand a chance. Chapter 25-29. The quantity was too little. The competition would be hundreds of times fiercer than he had imagined. Su Yu was not confident that he had enough 9 Serenities crystals. The method of purchase is through bidding. Whoever offers the most 9 Serenities crystals will get it. Xiao Yu waved her hand, taking out the first portion. The starting price is 1,000,000 time crystals of 9 Serenities crystals. 1,000,000. Jiang Xuanzhong and the others had ugly expressions. 1,000,000, they only had 1,000,000. Harboring some hope, Jiang Xuanzhong said, 1,000,000. But just as he finished speaking, a powerful voice interrupted him. 2,000,000. 3,000,000. 4,000,000. The glimmer of hope on Jiang Xuanzhong's face was completely shattered. He could only watch as the price continued to climb and soared to 7,000,000. Although, as Jiang Xuanzhong had expected, there were not many who could bid, there were still many who were rich. 8,000,000. Finally, an old man in a Taoist robe calmly called out a sky-high price that no one could surpass. Xiao Yu smiled. Congratulations! You have won the first portion of the evil spring. Please follow me to the secret chamber to exchange later. For some reason, they did not exchange on the spot, choosing to do so later. Although the crowd was a bit dissatisfied, they did not object. Empress Star Rain would not be so untrustworthy as to try to cheat others, right? Now, let's bid for the second portion, Xiao Yu said with a smile. The starting price is still 1,000,000. 8,000,000. At that moment, Su Yu suddenly called out. Moreover, it was 8,000,000 in one go. Such boldness, as if he was determined to get it. This caused the old man in the Taoist robe to hesitate. He looked at Su Yu profoundly, but chose to give up in the end. All right, congratulations, sir, for winning the second portion of the evil spring. She took out the third portion of the evil spring. The third portion, starting price 1,000,000. 8,000,000. Su Yu once again called out a sky-high price. The buyers were in an uproar. Who is this person? 2 bids, and he has already bid for 16,000,000 time crystals. Besides the demon faction, only the 10 great factions would have such boldness. Xiao Yu looked at Su Yu profoundly, nodding slightly. Congratulations, sir, for winning the third portion. The fourth portion, starting price 1,000,000. Su Yu was about to start bidding when the old man in the Taoist robe spoke first. 9,000,000. Xiao Yu smiled and looked at Su Yu. Who wants to increase the price? Su Yu was calm. He had obtained 16,000,000 9 Serenities crystals from the Greater One sect, and he had obtained approximately 10,000,000 9 Serenities crystals from the Empresses or cave. Looking at Xia Xiaoya beside him, Su Yu clenched his teeth and said, 10,000,000. The Taoist-robed old man was slightly surprised. He pondered for a moment and was about to continue bidding. However, he seemed to have received some news and stopped the auction. At this moment, the crowd exploded. That young man shouldn't be a devil, right? The 3 auctions have already exceeded 20,000,000 time crystals. Yeah, even the 10 great sects might not be able to produce so many 9th hell crystals. Xiao Yu's eyes flickered as she smiled and said, Congratulations, the fourth portion of the evil spring belongs to young master. Next, the last evil spring. The starting price is 5,000,000. There was only one last piece left, so naturally they would fall into an even more frenzied scramble. But in the end, the old man in the Taoist robe successfully bought it for a sky-high price of 13,000,000. Although Jiang Xuanzhong and the others were unable to participate, they were still deeply shocked by the shocking spending of the old man in the Taoist robe and the black-robed man. What an eye-opener! Hua, Li looked at the black-robed man, his eyes filled with jealousy. They were both young men, but the gap between them was too great. Ji, Xianling nodded. This trip was not in vain, to be able to see so many divine beings bidding. She smiled bitterly. In the end, the people of the small factions, were only here to decorate others. They had no idea that the divine being that they were envious of and surprised was actually the little outer sanctum disciple that they looked down upon. The auction for the evil spring ended at an even more shocking speed. It had only lasted for a short period of 2 hours. The two who have obtained the right to bid, please follow me. Xiaoyu smiled and made an inviting gesture. Su Yu hesitated for a moment, then entered the Empress' great hall with the old man in the Taoist robe. Under Xiaoyu's guidance, they came to an ordinary secret room. The two of you, please take out the 9 serenities, crystals for inspection. Xiaoyu smiled like a spring breeze. Su Yu nodded and took out the corresponding number of 9 nether crystals. Half of them were 7th grade and 8th grade 9th hell crystals, and the other half were 6th grade 9th hell crystals. After checking, Xiaoyu said, "Not bad." Then he looked at the old man in the Taoist robe and nodded, "Not bad too." Su Yu took a look at the 9 underworld's crystal in the Taoist-robed elder's hand and discovered that there were actually 4th grade 9 underworld's crystal fragments within it. Moreover, the aura of the fragment seemed familiar to Su Yu. Demon sect. He immediately recognized the Taoist-robed elder's identity. This 4th grade 9 nether crystal was the same 4th grade 9 nether odd crystal fragment that was used to cut out the female corpse at the Heavenly Awakening Grand Meeting. The female corpse and the fragments had been taken away by the demon sect. Was there even a need to ask where the old man in the Taoist robe had gotten the fragment from? He was the leader of the sect that the evil cult controlled in the open. Of course, there was no need for Su Yu to point it out. The abyss crystals are both correct. Now, let's verify their identities to prevent people from the demon sect from sneaking in. Xiaoyu was all smiles. "Young master, please remove your disguise." Su Yu's heart thumped, and he squinted his eyes. Was he really just on guard against the people from the evil cult? However, since things had come to this, Su Yu could only take the risk. He removed his disguise and revealed his true appearance. Xiaoyu was nonchalant. She used a unique detection treasure to scan the two of them, but did not detect any characteristics of the demon sect. The test is correct. The transaction shall proceed. She distributed the 5 evil springs to the two of them. Su Yu received 3, and the Taoist robe elder received 2. Please take care. Xiaoyu will not see you off. Su Yu looked at Xiaoyu. Although she was smiling, he did not know why, but he faintly felt that this woman was secretly staring at him. It gave Su Yu a very bad feeling. After leaving the secret chamber, Su Yu immediately rushed out of the hall. But the more he walked, the more uneasy he felt. From walking to galloping, he finally decided to use space teleportation. He rushed to the entrance of the Empress' Great Hall in one breath. He was about to step out when suddenly a golden-haired figure appeared in front of him. That figure had appeared extremely abruptly. Su Yu was certain that this person had not been in front of him just now. Moreover, the other party had not teleported over, as there was not the slightest bit of space fluctuation around him. If it had been in the past, Su Yu might not have been able to immediately understand what was going on. But after fighting with Xiaohao, how could he not know the reason? The realm of time. He fixed his eyes on the figure, and what shocked him was that the golden-haired figure in front of him was the extremely beautiful golden-haired young lady whom he had sent flying with a kick a few days ago. Chapter 2530. We meet again, human. The girl smiled dangerously. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Realizing that something was wrong, he immediately stepped out of the Empress' palace. However, as soon as he stepped out, the exit of the palace in front of him moved strangely and disappeared. It was replaced by a wall which stood in front of Su Yu. With the help of the space domain, Suyu realized that he had not left the palace. Instead, he had been dragged into the depths of the Empress Palace. "Human, you want to run away after kicking my butt?" The golden-haired girl was both angry and embarrassed. Swish, 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 swish. Several figures descended one after another. They were the 10 elders who had protected the evil spring just now. Each of them was at the level of an Earth Master. "Yes, your Majesty." The 10 Earth Master elders shouted in unison. Suyu's face turned green. "Your Majesty?" In the entire southern part of the Dream-Broken Realm, there was only one person who was qualified to be called Your Majesty, the Star Rain Empress. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. What he had been afraid of had really happened. Before this trip, he had been most worried about running into the descendants of the Time Master. In the end, not only had he run into them, but he had also become enemies with the descendants of the Time Master. What was worse was that he had fallen into the enemy's hands. He did not know how strong the Empress was, but with the 10 Earth Masters, even if he used the 8 Great Domains, he would not be able to escape. His heart sank little by little. "You stay outside and guard me. I will avenge myself." The Star Rain Empress stared at Suyu with a livid face. Yes, the 10 Earth Masters left for the time being. However, Suyu did not doubt that as soon as the Empress gave the order, they would all appear. Ahem, ahem, the messenger woman. As Suyu was speaking, he looked at the Empress Star Rain's widened eyes and immediately corrected himself. "I mean, Empress, it seems like you can't blame me. You set a trap yourself and I could only fight back. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything, but the moment he did, Empress Star Rain became furious. Her golden hair fluttered even though there was no wind. She said angrily, 'Then why didn't you just run away? Why did you kick me? Kick me there?' Suyu coughed dryly. "That's because you went too far. Not only did you cheat ordinary people of 9 Serenities crystals, but you also didn't allow us to trade them privately." "Oh, are you saying that I was wrong?" Empress Star Rain's eyes began to show signs of danger. That was the truth. His heart was so black, so shameless, so shameless. Now no one was allowed to talk about it? "It's my fault, my fault." Of course, these words could only be said in his heart and not out loud. Queen Star Rain bared her teeth. "Fine, then I'll punish you. Lie on the ground and raise your butt." "What do you want to do?" Suyu asked. Empress Star Rain's pretty face was cold. "Of course, I'll kick him back." Damn it. He was really unwilling to have his, but kicked by a little girl. But the situation was stronger than the person, so if he got kicked, then so be it. However, Empress Star Rain's next sentence made Suyu fall out with her. "I want you to lie here for 100 years and get your butt kicked every day. Do you hear me?" As the Empress who ruled over the South, no one dared to disobey Empress Star Rain's orders. He said that he would be punished for 100 years, so he would be punished for 100 years. Screw you. To Suyu, 100 years was too long for him. He would rather die than be delayed here. "Dog slave, how dare you talk to me like that?" Empress Star Rain took out a crystal hourglass. As the hourglass ticked, the surrounding time immediately stopped. Suyu was also frozen. Empress Star Rain carried the hourglass angrily, went behind Suyu and lifted her foot to kick him. However, to Empress Star Rain's surprise, Suyu, who was obviously frozen in time, actually moved. His hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Empress Star Rain's ankle. Before Empress Star Rain could react, she was pulled onto his thigh by Suyu. Ha! What a surprise! The descendants of the Time Master have to rely on a magical treasure to activate the Time Realm instead of relying on their bloodline. He had thought that all the descendants of the Time Master had a powerful bloodline like Xiaohao. Now it seemed that was not the case. The Time Realm of this magical treasure was at the same level as his Time Realm, which was both at the primary level. Therefore, it could not do anything to Suyu. "Ah, why aren't you affected by the time domain?" Queen Star Rain screamed. Why do I need you to care? As he spoke, Suyu raised his hand and gave her but a hard slap. Who asked you to be so insolent? Oh. Queen Star Rain was both angry and embarrassed. She hurriedly covered her mouth. Her pretty face was already flushed red, and she said angrily and embarrassedly, You even hit my butt! Humph! You've caused me to end up in such a miserable state. Hitting you a few times is already a light punishment. Anyway, they were currently in a frozen time frame. The 10 Earth Path Masters simply did not know what had happened. After a few more slaps, Empress Star Rain's initial anger and humiliation turned into tears in the end. Suyu was embarrassed. I don't think it's necessary. He only wanted to be a little strict, but he didn't want Empress Star Rain to be so spoiled. After being spanked a few times, she would cry loudly. Looking at her, who was still a young girl, Suyu stopped and said, If you cry again, I'll strangle you to death. Queen Star Rain immediately stopped talking and wiped away her tears. What do you want? Send me out. Sue, you just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Queen Star Rain nodded obediently. All right. With a thought, the entire hall changed on its own. A giant door appeared in front of Suyu. You can leave, Empress Star Rain said. Suyu then turned around and dashed toward the outside world. However, just as he was about to dash over, the giant door changed into a wall again. He was brought back to the depths of the hall by the marvelous formation in the hall. At the same time, Empress Star Rain canceled the frozen time frame and shouted, Guards, come and protect me! As she shouted, she turned around and ran. Looking at Suyu, her eyes were full of humiliation and anger. Human, I'll teach you a lesson. Unexpectedly, Suyu seemed to have expected it. I knew it would be like this. Time reversal. As Empress Star Rain stared blankly, a giant hourglass appeared on Suyu's back. The sand inside flowed in reverse, causing the surrounding time to flow in reverse. In the blink of an eye, Empress Star Rain returned to the moment when she was lying on Suyu's thigh and had her but spanked. I told you to call for help. Suyu raised his hand and slapped her again. Empress Star Rain had already forgotten the burning pain on her butt. She struggled continuously and said in surprise, Are you also my father's illegitimate child? Also, Suyu stopped when he heard the keyword. Empress Star Rain nodded vigorously. Yes, I'm also an illegitimate child. Are you also an illegitimate child? She misunderstood that Suyu's mastery of the time domain came from his bloodline. Suyu's eyes flickered slightly. Chapter 2531. Although the spanking felt good now, it was impossible to maintain the time domain forever. Once the time domain was over, Suyu would die without a proper burial. Now that Empress Star Rain had mistaken him for the illegitimate son of the Time Dominus, he naturally went along with the flow. Why would you think so? What if I succeeded in cultivating it on my own? Suyu asked. Empress Star Rain wiped away her tears and said joyfully, How could you have comprehended the time domain in a world ruled by the Time Dominator? The ruler of time between heaven and earth. Anyone who wanted to comprehend the laws of time needed the Time Sovereign's permission, not to mention time domain. Apart from his own descendants, the Time Sovereign would never allow anyone else to master his time domain. That was why Empress Star Rain thought so. Suyu played dumb and said, I don't know how my time realm came about. It seems like it just appeared out of nowhere one day. Yes. You must have awakened the bloodline of the ruler of time. Empress Star Rain was unusually happy for some reason. Suyu touched his nose. And then, So I should let you go? As he spoke, he was about to hit again. Queen Star Rain quickly said, Don't. We are all abandoned, illegitimate children. Why don't we join forces to fight against our brothers? Join forces? To be honest, Suyu had never expected that he would one day join forces with a descendant of the Time Master to deal with another descendant. However, It had to be said that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. For him to go up against the descendants of all 8 hegemons by himself was no small feat if he could borrow the power of the Star Rain Empress. It would undoubtedly create many opportunities. I don't think I have any enmity with them, do I? Su Yu said hypocritically. Empress Star Rain crawled up from his lap and said seriously, I really envy you for being able to live so stupidly. You don't even know when you're about to die. Oh, why do you say that? Su Yu was puzzled. Empress Star Rain's eyes dimmed a little. She said, How many rulers of time do you think there are in this world? Just one? Since ancient times, there has only been one ruler of time. The Star Rain Empress continued. Then what do you think will happen to the other heirs once one of them becomes the ruler of time? Killed. Su Yu took it for granted. Even in the mortal empires, there were many bloody scenes similar to the struggle for the throne. He wasn't killed. The Star Rain Empress smiled sadly. We will become a part of the new time sovereign's body. We will all die when the new time sovereign is born and return to his body. One descendant became the ruler, and the rest became nutrients? This was indeed a little cruel. So let's work together. We might have a chance of turning the tables. Empress Star Rain felt as if she was grasping at straws. Su Yu stroked his chin. What are the requirements to become a master? Let's see who can master the domain beyond origin level first. Queen Star Rain stated her only condition with certainty. Su Yu nodded. Fine. What level has your time realm reached? In order to confirm whether she really did not have the time domain, Su Yu asked. Queen Star Rain drew a circle with her thumb and index finger guiltily. Yuan level? Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Queen Star Rain blushed and shook her head. It's 0. I haven't even condensed my time domain yet. Su Yu shook his head. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Just wait for your death. Xiao Hao had already mastered the middle grade time domain. How could Queen Star Rain compete with him? Don't be like this. I'm actually working very hard. Queen Star Rain clenched her fists and pouted, trying to cheer herself up. For a moment, Su Yu was struck by her cuteness. Regardless of her identity, she was not too bad. At least, she was much better than those snobs in the Greater One faction. Fine. I want to fight against the real descendant of the Time Master with an illegitimate son who hasn't even evolved his time domain. Su Yu smiled bitterly. This was extremely difficult. Please, brother. Empress Star Rain hugged Su Yu's arm and shook it repeatedly. Su Yu felt a little strange. Brother? Looking at the delicate and beautiful young queen, Su Yu's heart was touched. In the past, he had never been touched so easily. Am I old? Su Yu muttered to himself. Since he had picked up a son, his state of mind seemed to have changed a lot. He had changed from a teenager to a young man, and now he was a mature father. Fine, sister. Su Yu patted the back of her hand. Thank you, brother. Queen Star Rain was still a little shy. After all, she had just met her brother. Su Yu thought for a moment and said, Let me check your body first to see why you haven't awakened the time domain. Queen Star Rain couldn't ask for more. That's great. Please help me check it, brother. She didn't know if it was because she was an illegitimate son, but Queen Star Rain hadn't been able to awaken the bloodline of the time domain. She had also begged other descendants of the Time Master, but the result was obvious. Mocking and ridiculing her was already considered a light punishment. Those who were vicious and even wanted to take the opportunity to kill her. After all, they would be each other's competitors in the future. Who would be willing to help a competitor awaken the bloodline? Su Yu checked her bloodline and opened his eyes slowly after a moment. Queen Star Rain's beautiful eyes were full of expectation. She couldn't wait to ask, Brother, how is my bloodline? It's very good, Su Yu said. Delight appeared on the Empress Star Rain's face, but Su Yu added, I gave you a perfect reason to wait for death. Ah, what's wrong? Queen Star Rain couldn't check her own bloodline, so she could only ask someone who was also proficient in the time domain to check it. This was the first time someone could check the condition of her bloodline. Suyu shook his head and said, "The time domain inherited in your bloodline has been completely broken." No wonder she couldn't awaken her bloodline. It turned out that her bloodline was useless. Useless. Queen Star Rain's eyes lost focus. Then, she threw herself on Suyu's thigh and cried bitterly. "I don't want to. I don't want to die. But I can help you complete the time domain." Suyu added one last sentence. Queen Star Rain's crying stopped abruptly. She raised her head abruptly and stared at Suyu with tearful eyes. Her cheeks puffed up and her fists clenched tightly. "Can you finish what you want to say at once?" She really wanted to throw herself at him and beat him up. Suyu smiled. "However, you must be mentally prepared. The process is very long, at least 10 years. I've waited for more than 100 years, so why would I care about 10 years? Queen Star Rain's eyes shone brilliantly as if she had found hope again. Suyu stood up and said, "I've delayed it long enough. I'll go out and meet up with my friends to hand over the evil spring to them." Suddenly, Queen Star Rain revealed a smile. Her beautiful eyes turned into 2 crescent moons as she smiled. "I'll give you a gift." "What?" "Come with me." Then, she brought Suyu to her palace. Behind the palace was a giant lake with a circumference of hundreds of miles. "This lake is for you," Queen Star Rain said with a smile. Suyu was confused. "What do I want the lake for?" The lake? Take a look." Queen Star Rain waved her sleeves, and a 9-colored moon appeared. Under the illumination of the moon, the whole lake was illuminated by 9 colors. Suyu's whole body shook, and his pupils contracted. He said in surprise, "Don't tell me that the whole lake is an evil spring?" Chapter 2532. Evil Spring? A whole lake of evil spring? Suyu took out the 3 bottles of evil spring that he had painstakingly obtained and compared them with the water in the whole lake. He found that they were exactly the same. With a wry smile, Suyu sighed, "You are really cruel." There were so many evil springs, but they only took out a fist-sized portion, which made the evil spring scarce and intensified the competition. Not only that, but they also deliberately created chaos in the middle of the process to plunder everyone. The Star Rain Empress stuck out her pink tongue. "I can't help it. It's not easy to be an empress. The whole southern part of the Dream-Broken Realm is yours. What's so difficult about it?" Suyu rolled his eyes. This sentence was similar to what the emperors in the mortal world said. "It's not easy to be an emperor." "Hey, do you think my status, my life, and the experts who protect me are all for nothing?" The Star Rain Empress said slowly. Suyu realized that the Star Rain Empress was a descendant of a time master. Her life was really too leisurely. Moreover, as she said, the descendants of the Time Master regarded each other as mortal enemies. So, why did they allow the Star Rain Empress to enjoy such benefits? All 344 factions in the Dream-Broken Realm have to hand over the 9 Serenities crystals to the Time Master. Don't we, the descendants of the Time Master, have to do the same? The Star Rain Empress said self-mockingly. "Not only do we have to pay, but we have to pay more than the ordinary factions." Suyu suddenly realized that the Time Master was quite indifferent to his descendants. He treated them like his subordinates. Only in this way can the Time Master be satisfied and grant me everything I want, as well as provide me with protection. Only then will the other descendants not dare to attack me. If the 9 Serenities crystals are not enough, I will lose everything I have now. Hearing this, Suyu seemed to understand the cruelty of being a descendant of the Time Master. Touching the Star Rain Empress' head, Suyu said, "You control so many minds, so there should be no problem." Hearing this, the Star Rain Empress smiled even more bitterly. "You only see the surface," the Star Rain Empress said. "There are no mines that can be dug forever. According to my estimation, the mines in Nanming City can only last for a few decades, or even less. That was true. Once the Nine Serenities world was dug, the mines would be abandoned. So, I have been trying to find new mines, the Star Rain Empress said. Suyu suddenly thought of something. I seem to have heard that Xiaohao once appeared at the border of a small clan in the south of the Dream-Broken Realm. Hearing this, Empress Star Rain clenched her fists. His eyes were spitting fire. Humph! That's because the mines in the territories ruled by Great Emperor Xiao are about to dry up. That's why they've set their sights on my territory. The most infuriating thing is that he bullied me because I was powerless to resist and swaggered over with his 7 stars bodyguard. It really was like that. Xiaohao had appeared at the border of the Greater One sect for no reason. I've already sent people to investigate the mine. It's huge. It's more than 10 times bigger than the mine outside of Nanming City. Xiaohao must have heard the news and went to investigate. 10 times? What did that mean? The scale of the mine outside South Bright City was more than 100 times that of the Greater One sect. The size of the mine was unimaginable. One step at a time. Su Yu's eyes flickered. Then, Su Yu looked at the evil spring, which was full of evil, and jumped into it. Other people's evil spring needed to be swallowed drop by drop, but Su Yu could take a bath in it. Wisps of the evil spring entered his body through his pores. His right eye felt a slight pain. That was because the 8 great domains had been stimulated and were swelling up. Brother, cultivate first. I'll go and settle some matters outside. Empress Star Rain left with a smile. Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. This was better. During the promotion of the domains, the 8 great domains would inevitably be exposed. It would be inconvenient for her to be there. Seizing the time, Su Yu swallowed even more. As he swallowed more and more, the swelling and pain in his right eye became more intense. That was because the 8 great domains were continuously being promoted. It's really effective. Su Yu was delighted. He could clearly feel the 8 great domains improving one after another. Time passed by slowly. Su Yu's right eye patch could no longer suppress the 8 great domains, which were sealed within it. Pieces of 8-colored light shone from within. Finally, when the swelling reached its limit, the eye patch exploded with a bang. 8 more dazzling rings of light overlapped in his right eye, rotating rapidly. Lu Zhu had once said that when the domains were promoted, there would be hope to control the 8 great domains, which had gone out of control. At this moment, the 8 great domains had been baptized by the evil spring and had expanded to their limits. The final moment. Su Yu once again sucked in the evil spring. The 8 great domains, which had been revolving around his right eye, flew out of his right eye like a wheel that had gone out of control. Then they slowly stopped rotating and turned into the 8 great domains, which surrounded Su Yu. The 8 great domains were obviously very different from before. First was the time domain. There used to be only 1 hourglass, but now there were 2 of them. Next was the space domain. It used to be a galaxy, but now it was a vast, majestic universe. The soul domain, the life domain, the death domain, the fate domain, the reincarnation domain, and the creation domain had all changed greatly. Time stopped. Su Yu shouted softly, and the 2 hourglasses rotated at the same time. Not only were they more stable, but they also covered a wider area and targeted a higher realm. Space travel. Su Yu tried again. He and the evil spring lake both flew to the border of Nanming City. The distance he could travel was 10 times greater than before. Su Yu tried the rest of the domains one by one, and the power of the domains increased by several times. No wonder it was so difficult to fight Xiaohao that day. The middle-level domain is much stronger than the low-level domain. Su Yu muttered to himself. If he met Xiaohao again, Su Yu wasn't sure he could kill him, but he wouldn't be in a passive position like last time. Suddenly, he sensed something and immediately stopped the 8 great domains. Everything around him became peaceful again. Brother, have you broken through the time domain? The Star Rain Empress came in and looked at the lake. Her eyes widened. Where did you take all my evil spring? The huge lake was now only 2/10 of its original size. Suyu realized that he had consumed a shocking amount of evil spring to break through the 8 great domains. When he had broken through to the Pathmaster level, his Tao marks had reached 800. In other words, the amount of evil spring he needed to break through to the domain level was 800 times that of others. It wasn't strange that he had absorbed most of the evil spring. However, looking at the Star Rain Empress, who was about to cry, Suyu felt guilty. He said embarrassedly, "Don't worry. The remaining evil spring should be enough for you to raise the time domain to the middle level. The evil spring was only useful for the low-level domain. Otherwise, he would have continued to raise it. The evil spring that I have accumulated for tens of thousands of years is gone." The Star Rain Empress wiped her tears. Chapter 2533. She only rewarded him a little each time, and he had accumulated it for many years. However, after she left for a while, it was almost all gone. Suyu flew over and said, "Don't cry, I'll compensate you." He held the palm of the Star Rain Queen and entered her bloodline with his own time domain. The broken time domain fragments under the intermediate time domain straightened out, a trace of overlap. However, the process was quite slow. 2 hours passed, and only 2 fragments were reconnected. This was because he had broken through the intermediate time domain. Otherwise, he would not be able to reconnect many fragments in a day. Try again. Suyu released his hand wearily. Using the time domain for a long time consumed a lot of his body. The Star Rain Queen stretched out her finger and pointed forward. Time was stagnant for less than a breath. But even so, the Star Rain Queen still jumped in surprise. "Ah, the time domain, it's the time domain." Looking at the bouncing blonde girl, Suyu smiled with relief. The Star Rain Queen's eyes flashed quietly. She turned around and looked at Suyu. She wanted to be grateful, but she was embarrassed. She snorted proudly. "For the sake of you not lying, I forgive you." Suyu did not lie to her. Her bloodline could indeed be restored. As long as she persevered, she would succeed. Let's continue. Suyu rested for a while and continued to reorganize the time domain in her bloodline. Half a day later, fragments of time had been reorganized for her. She was already proficient in making signs of stagnation in a small area. "Brother, it's so nice to meet you." She sat on Suyu's thigh and leaned in his arms. Her fingers twined around her long blonde hair, and her face was full of enjoyment. "I have always been alone in the Queen's Hall. I used to think that I would be alone until I died, but I didn't expect to meet you, brother." Suyu looked at her long shadow under the setting sun. He suddenly felt a sense of empathy for her, as if they were in the same boat. Along the way, wasn't he also lonely? Looking at the blonde girl sitting in his arms, Suyu's heart softened, and he gently held her shoulder. "I am also very happy to meet you." At this moment, he had a sense of belonging to a person who had fallen into the same predicament. Perhaps he was not mistaken about this sister. From now on, Big Brother will accompany me in the Queen's Hall. Eat together, take a walk together, cultivate together. Queen Star Rain's snow-white calves swayed as she imagined her future life. Suyu opened his eyes and said, "I'm afraid we can't be together for now." "Why?" Queen Star Rain turned her head and asked in surprise. Suyu said, "I still have friends outside. You can bring them with you." "I don't mind," she said hurriedly, while her hands unconsciously grabbed Suyu's clothes. It was as if she was afraid that he would never come back. Suyu patted her shoulder and said gently, "Let me finish. I need to make a trip back to the faction to settle some matters. I'll come back right away, okay?" He never broke his promise. Since he had promised to help her recover her bloodline, he would not go back on his word. Empress Star Rain pondered for a moment before saying, "I'll go with you then." Suyu looked around the Empress Great Hall. Can you leave Nanming City? As the Empress, if she did not keep watch over the southern center of the dream-broken realm, and left in a hurry, there would probably be great trouble. But Empress Star Rain said uneasily. Su Yu clasped his fingers together. I swear, okay? I'll come back in at least 2 years, or at most 5 years. The oath of a Pathmaster would be answered by the heavenly law, and it was extremely effective. Seeing this, Empress Star Rain felt relieved. She mumbled, Okay, I'll send a guard to protect you. Does she mean the 10 Pathmasters? Su Yu shook his head. It's just a small matter. I can settle it myself. It was better not to let Empress Star Rain's people know that he was looking for the sinful Lady Palace. He trusted Empress Star Rain, but he might not trust her guard. He guessed that among those guards there might be other spies of the descendants of the Time Master. Okay, if there's anything, send me a message. She took out the fragrance pouch from her waist and said, This is a protective talisman. It can even block the attacks of the Heavenly Lawmasters. Only the Time Master could give it to her, right? Moreover, she should only have one with her. But she still gave it to him, so easily. Looking at Empress Star Rain's clear eyes, Su Yu felt warmth in his heart. She really thought of him as a reliable brother. Thinking of this, Su Yu kissed her forehead and looked deeply into her eyes. I won't let you down. Empress Star Rain's exquisite face blushed slightly. Can a brother kiss a sister so casually? Wait for me. After saying this, Su Yu bid farewell and left the Empress' Great Hall. Outside the Great Hall, Xia Xiaoye and Yu Xiangwan had been waiting for a whole day. The elder in the Taoist robe had come out long ago, but Su Yu hadn't shown up yet, which made them very anxious. Just as they were about to take action and sneak into the Empress' Great Hall, Su Yu swaggered out. Su Yu! Brother Su! Both of them rushed forward, their faces full of surprise. Why did you come out now? Xia Xiaoye's eyes were full of worry. She complained, I thought you were taken away by the Empress to be the palace master. Su Yu laughed in disdain. More or less, he didn't get into the palace master, but he did make the Empress his sister. I'm fine, let's talk somewhere else. The 3 of them came to a corner. Su Yu took out 2 jade buckets, saying, One for each of us. The 2 of them opened the buckets in confusion, and what came into view were 2 large buckets of evil spring. Oh my God! So many evil. Xia Xiaoye stopped abruptly, looking around cautiously. Her beautiful eyes were filled with deep astonishment. Yu Xiangwan was equally shocked. 2 buckets of evil spring was more than 10 times the amount of evil spring that was sold. Where did Su Yu get it from? Take it, Su Yu said. He then looked at Xia Xiaoye with a look of reluctance. Yu Xiangwan and I are about to return to the faction. What about you? Coming back to her senses, Xia Xiaoye felt lost. She wanted to leave with Su Yu, but it was impossible now. The people of the demon faction would not allow her to disappear again. Which faction are you in? If there's a chance in the future, I'll look for you, Xia Xiaoye asked. With the abilities of the demon faction, they should be able to find the location of any faction. A small faction, the greater one faction, Su Yu said. Unexpectedly, Xia Xiaoye's beautiful eyes shrank. The southernmost greater one faction, bordering the Jingtian faction and Tianqi Palace. Oh, you know about it too? Su Yu was slightly surprised. The greater one faction was only a small faction, and it was very remote. It was a little surprising that Xia Xiaoye knew about it. Xia Xiaoye's eyes were filled with panic. She pulled Su Yu and said, Can you not go back and stay with me? Why? Su Yu's eyes flickered. He felt that Xia Xiaoye's expression was a little strange. Is there something you're hiding from me? Xia Xiaoye wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, she did not dare reveal her identity. No, I just don't want to part so soon. Xia Xiaoye tried to hide her guilty conscience. She was unwilling to confess. So Su Yu naturally would not pursue the matter. I have something to deal with when I return to the faction, so I must leave. Let's talk again next time. Xia Xiaoye tried to persuade him to stay, but Su Yu insisted on leaving. She could only watch as Su Yu gradually disappeared from her sight, mumbling, I can't go back to the Greater One faction. That place is going to be a land of death. But she could not explain this to Su Yu. Chapter 2534. Not long after, Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan came to the suburbs, but the rendezvous point was already empty. Jiang Xuanzhong and the others had already left. What a joke! We were just one day late and they abandoned us. Yu Xiangwan felt that she and Su Yu were inferior in the eyes of the inner sanctum disciples. They were nowhere to be seen. Could they have returned to the faction first? They were not willing to wait any longer. Su Yu touched his chin and said thoughtfully, Don't be too presumptuous. Even if they left first, they should have sent us a message, right? Others might not dare to say so, but Chongyang did admire him and Yu Xiangwan a little. They should have at least sent a message. Yu Xiangwan thought that made sense. She looked around, walked quickly to a tree and picked up a leaf. But on the leaf, there was a drop of blood. It's Jiang Xuanzhong's blood. Yu Xiangwan recognized the aura in the blood and shuddered. Jiang Xuanzhong was at the early stage of nirvana. Was his combat power high? How could someone hurt Jiang Xuanzhong? Moreover, they had no choice but to leave in advance, and they hadn't even left a trace of news for them. No, they might not have left early, or perhaps they had been taken away by someone. Brother Su, I'm afraid they are in big trouble. Yu Xiangwan's face darkened. Was there a need to say more? Go back to the faction now. But it's better not to go back the way we came. Su Yu's eyes flashed. He also guessed that they might have met with misfortune. Beep, beep. But at that moment, Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan's communication treasures rang at the same time. The two opened it and saw that it was a message from the golden-armored hall master. Come and help. A strong enemy is attacking northwest of the city. Yu Xiangwan looked hesitant. Brother Su, should we go or not? Jiang Xuanzhong and the others couldn't deal with a strong enemy. How much help could the two of them make? But if they didn't go, the consequences would be dire if the faction found out about their inaction. Go. Su Yu decided decisively. Although it was unlikely that Jiang Xuanzhong and the others would return to the faction, it was better to be safe than sorry. If they really returned, Su Yu's plan to be promoted to a hall master would be in vain. The two of them reached a tacit agreement and immediately headed northwest. Several hours later, an incomparably violent fluctuation came from the front. The nearby mountains and rivers had already been completely destroyed and turned into scorched earth. Corpses were visible to the naked eye, and there were more than 10 of them lying on the ground. However, in the center of the scorched earth, there were more than 20 people. Every one of them was at least at the middle nirvana realm. Jiang Xuanzhong and the others were surrounded by them. All of them were wounded, especially Chongyang. His entire body was riddled with scars, his life hanging by a thread. Apart from that, Hu Xinli and Ji Xianling were also having a hard time. Only Jiang Xuanzhong and the golden-armored hall master fared slightly better. However, when faced with enemies several times their number, they were still unable to cope. In particular, there was a powerful early-stage nirvana ascension cultivator among the enemies. Jiang Xuanzhong and the golden-armored hall master, who were surrounded, found it difficult to deal with the unpredictable attacks. Occasionally they would be injured. It was only a matter of time before they were killed. They wouldn't be able to hold on for long. What the? Yu Xiangwan clicked her tongue. Does our Greater One sect have any enmity with anyone? Why are so many experts besieging you? Just the number of middle nirvana experts besieging him was comparable to more than half of the hall masters of the Greater One sect. This did not include those who were already dead. Moreover, what kind of enmity was it that was worth them besieging him at all costs? Su Yu was also puzzled. The Greater One sect was just a small faction, and it was located deep in the southern border. They usually kept a low profile. At most, they would have disputes with the surrounding Zhengtian faction. How did they provoke such strong enemies? There seemed to be more to it than meets the eye. You too, since you are here, why aren't you attacking? While they were observing, the golden armored hall master noticed the two of them. He waved his sword and roared. Yu Xiangwan's eyes flickered with a faint blue light. She sighed. Brother Su, be careful. Having said that, she leaped and flew over. Su Yu followed closely behind, his expression unchanged. Sensing that there were two more enemies behind him, the early-stage Nirvana Ascension cultivator did not even turn his head. Go, finish them off. Immediately, two middle Nirvana Ascension cultivators split off and rushed over. Kill! The enemy on the left attacked Yu Xiangwan fiercely. He immediately released his domain, which was not weak. It was a poisonous gas domain. Once it engulfed the enemy, it could quickly turn them into a pile of mush. Yu Xiangwan had nowhere to hide and was enveloped by the poisonous gas domain on the spot. However, the sound of Yu Xiangwan's screams did not appear. Instead, two beams of sharp blue light shot out from the misty, poisonous gas. The blue light shot out leisurely and turned into two halos of light that hit the enemy. Swoosh! The strong enemy was instantly surrounded by the blue fire and burned into a pile of white bones. Yu Xiangwan walked out of the poisonous gas, his eyes burning with blue flames that had never been extinguished. He looked down at his arm. A large part of it had been corroded by the poisonous gas. However, wisps of black gas slowly seeped out and quickly repaired the corroded area. Looking at Su Yu, he looked even more relaxed. Several thunderbolts swept across and destroyed the enemy until nothing was left of him. The tragic deaths of the two people surprised the strong enemies who were besieging them. The Greater One faction has some good seedlings. The strong Nirvana Ascension cultivators snorted coldly and sent 8 of them to kill the 2 people. As a result, the pressure on Jiang Xuanzhong and the others was instantly relieved. They were surprised and delighted. They were surprised that Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan, whom they looked down on, actually had such extraordinary abilities. They were delighted that there was finally a glimmer of hope to break out of the encirclement. Jiang Xuanzhong's eyes flashed as he secretly sent a telepathic message to Ji Xianling, Hua Li, Chongyang, and the Golden Armored Hall Master. Let's take this opportunity to escape using the displacement formation. Hearing that the others had no objections, Chongyang was the only one who replied, "We can't. After all, both Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan are here to save us. How can we exchange him for a chance to escape by putting him in the desperate situation we are in?" The so-called displacement formation was a formation that only the inner sanctum disciples of the Greater One faction were proficient in. Through the sect token, 2 people in different positions could be exchanged at the same time. Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan both had the faction disciple token. They were the only ones who could exchange their positions. However, if Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan were to be placed in an environment where they were surrounded by dozens of people, they would not be able to last long and would die tragically. They had come all the way here to rescue them, but they had to sacrifice their lives. It was really inappropriate. Jiang Xuanzhong said resolutely, "Junior brother Chongyang, the overall situation is more important. The 4 of us are the future of the faction. At this critical moment, we can only sacrifice ourselves for the greater good. I believe the 2 of them will understand us in the future." How shameless was that? Sacrificing oneself for the greater good had always meant sacrificing oneself. However, Jiang Xuanzhong was shameless enough to use it to refer to others, and he even said it in a dignified manner. The funniest thing was that he had said they would understand them after they died. How could they understand? Well, he said, "That's right. Their sacrifice will not be in vain. The Greater One faction will remember them forever." Chongyang struggled internally. Who would want the Greater One faction to remember them? However, they were determined, and Chongyang could not resist. This was because Jiang Xuanzhong had secretly activated the displacement formation. A complicated formation appeared on his palm, radiating brilliance. As he moved, the same formation appeared on the palms of the others. The 5 of them activated the formation at the same time, and a dazzling light burst out. A strange formation suddenly appeared under the feet of Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan, who were dealing with the enemies. Su Yu's eyes turned grave, and he knew it was not good. He wanted to avoid it, but there was a powerful force interfering with Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan, preventing them from moving. The next moment, there was a short-distance space fluctuation, and the positions of the 2 changed instantly. When they reappeared, they were at the place where Jiang Xuanzhong and the others had just appeared. They were facing dozens of enemies. Yu Xiangwan immediately came to her senses and roared angrily, "You bunch of damn things!" They had traveled thousands of miles to rescue them, but they had been betrayed, and betrayed by the people they had saved. However, countless strong enemies attacked, and Yu Xiangwan could not breathe. In particular, the attack of the Nirvana round expert made her despair. However, Su Yu was prepared. With a wave of one hand, a giant golden-black puppet appeared in front of the 2 of them. Roar! The giant puppet let out a loud roar and beat its chest with both arms. A powerful shockwave swept out in all directions. The attacks that were sweeping toward them were all pushed back. Even the attack of the early-stage Nirvana round expert was stopped for a moment. Thunder! Su Yu let out a low roar, and 8 bolts of thunder as thick as mountains took the opportunity to descend. Under the cover of the thunder, several strong enemies were vaporized into nothingness. Yu Xiangwan also took the opportunity to attack, her eyes spitting out intense blue flames. The flames turned into rings of light, hitting the enemies. Every time it hit someone, 1 person died on the spot. That was how Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan managed to block this wave of attacks. However, it was only this wave of attacks. There were too many enemies. When they recovered, the Nirvana Realm cultivator immediately tangled up with the devil ape puppet that was going all out. The other strong enemies quickly attacked. Fortunately, before Su Yu attacked, he had already prepared the next move. Little Kylin. In an instant, the little Kylin jumped out and stood on Su Yu's shoulder, spitting in all directions. A large amount of 9 nether green fire was instantly spat out, burning half the sky. Immediately, dozens of strong enemies were ignited, their souls quickly burning. The Nirvana round expert's scalp went numb. What's going on? Their main targets were Jiang Xuanzhong and the other disciples of the Inner Sanctum. However, why were these 2 people from the Greater One faction of unknown origin more terrifying than the disciples of the Inner Sanctum? In just a few rounds, they had killed many of them. On the other side, Jiang Xuanzhong and the other 4 switched places with Su Yu and the others, only facing 8 middle Nirvana level experts. The result was obvious. They were killed by Jiang Xuanzhong and the others in an instant. As such, Jiang Xuanzhong and the others broke out of the encirclement. Go! Without even looking at Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan, he took out the faction's flying treasure and immediately fled with everyone. Chapter 2535. Just as she was hesitating, Su Yu seized the moment when she was absent-minded and took out the tortoise shell. Let's go! He grabbed Yu Xiangwan with one hand and swept the puppet away with the puppet of the devil ape with the other. In the end, he could not be bothered with Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan, whose identities were unknown. He turned around and chased after Jiang Xuanzhong and the others. Chase them! They had sacrificed so many people, but they could not even take care of a single supreme sect person. In the distance, a turtle's shell broke through the ground. Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan appeared. Yu Xiangwan took a deep breath. Her face was pale and full of hatred. Damn it! He was still angry at Jiang Xuanzhong's betrayal. In the eyes of the inner court disciples, what were they? Or perhaps it didn't even count as an item? As for Suyu, he was extremely calm and did not seem surprised at all. Let's return to the faction first, Suyu said slowly. The two of them immediately took a detour. On the other side, Jiang Xuanzhong and the others fled frantically. But since the enemy had come prepared, how could they allow anything to happen? Not only were they good at tracking, but they were also good at killing. It didn't take long for them to catch up to Jiang Xuanzhong and the others. Jiang Xuanzhong and the other four paled. It's over. He still couldn't escape. Eldest senior brother, it will be difficult for us to escape. Ji Xianling's eyes were filled with despair. She held a sharp sword and placed it on her neck. As beautiful as she was, she knew very well what would happen if she fell into the hands of the enemy. That would be worse than death. Rather than that, it was better to end it in advance. Junior sister, please wait. Jiang Xuanzhong gritted his teeth and said, I have a life-saving Dharma treasure, personally given to me by the sect master. With a whoosh, a purple jade pendant appeared in his palm. The jade pendant faintly surged with an enormous force that surpassed the profound way. Before that power, all of them felt that they were tiny like ants. The group of powerful enemies that were chasing after him sensed something and stopped in their tracks, staring at him in terror. Do you want to die? Once you activate it, even you won't be able to avoid it, right? The eyebrows of the Nirvana stage cultivator twitched. Indeed, when the sect leader handed it over to him, he had personally said so. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use it, because once he activated it, even he would lose his life. This thing could only scare the enemy away. If they couldn't scare him away, then they could only die together. In any case, if I fall into your hands, I'll still die. Why don't we die together? Jiang Xuanzhong said coldly. He was betting on whether or not the other party was afraid of death. He was very satisfied with the result. The Nirvana realm expert revealed a look of hesitation. All right, as long as you're willing to surrender. I swear to the heavens that I'll spare your lives. Yuan Nirvana's gaze shifted. Jiang Xuanzhong sneered. Do you think we're 3-year-olds? Spare our lives, but make us suffer a fate worse than death. This does not go against your oath at all. Either you leave now, or we'll stay here together. A struggling expression appeared on Nirvana Yuan's face. Jiang Xuanzhong relaxed. He had won. He could already see the fear in the eyes of the Nirvana stage cultivators. However, at this moment, Jiang Xuanzhong suddenly felt something cold on his wrist. Then his back suffered an extremely ferocious attack that pierced through his Dao body. A bloody claw pierced through his chest. His wrist, which was holding the jade pendant, fell like a ripe apple. Jiang Xuanzhong was stunned. He turned his head with great difficulty and saw a hideous face smiling at him. Golden, Hall Master. Jiang Xuanzhong's vision became blurry. He could not believe that his own people had killed him from behind just as he was about to succeed. Ah! Ji Xianling and the others screamed and attacked the golden-armored Hall Master. The latter quickly retracted his hand and held the purple jade pendant at the same time. He appeared in front of the Nirvana realm expert in a flash and bowed respectfully before handing the jade pendant over. Sir, I am fortunate to have accomplished my mission. Ji Xuanling's eyes widened as she screamed. Golden armor, you betrayed the Greater One sect. The golden-armored Hall Master turned around and spat on the ground with a hideous expression. Betrayed? Ha ha! You make it sound like I'm indebted to the Greater One sect. The golden-armored Hall Master's face was filled with resentment. They made me lead the armament hall and put me in a doomed situation. Why should I still be loyal to the Greater One sect? Hua Li did not dare to believe it. When did you betray them? The golden-armored Hall Master chuckled. Of course it was last time, when the Greater One sect sent me to my death. Last time? That was when Xiaohao's men broke into the Greater One sect's border and coveted the mine. Could it be that the golden-armored hall master had secretly submitted to Xiaohao during that great battle? No wonder we were ambushed at the city gates. You were the one who tipped us off. Jiang Xuanzhong, who was weak, had a look of hatred on his face. They had hidden their identities and waited for Su Yu and you, Xiangwan, at the gates. In the end, they were ambushed by a group of them. It turned out that a traitor had betrayed them. Why didn't you do it earlier? Jiang Xuanzhong was unwilling to die in peace. He could not understand why it was best to strike when they were heavily surrounded. Why did it drag on until now? Ha ha ha! Because I'm also afraid of the treasure that the faction master personally gave you. The golden-armored hall master laughed sinisterly. Jiang Xuanzhong was the most vigilant when he was surrounded. If Jiang Xuanzhong had sensed something and activated the purple jade pendant, they would all be finished. Only at this moment, when Jiang Xuanzhong felt that victory was in his grasp, would it be the time to strike. Jiang Xuanzhong roared in anger and indignation. As he roared, a large amount of blood gushed out, clogging his throat. The Nirvana round fighter chuckled. What a pity. If you had held on just a little longer, you might have had a chance to escape. Huh. Chongyang and the others did not understand. The Nirvana round fighter was slightly fearful. Although I don't quite understand how the disciples of your faction are divided. Those two are much more capable than you. They easily killed dozens of my people and even managed to escape. If you had held on, those two might have really turned the tables. What a pity you were wrong. What? Hearing this, Jiang Xuanzhong's heart was filled with regret, his chest heaving violently. The remaining blood in his throat gushed out. Then his body convulsed and fell into Ji Xuanling's arms, never to move again. A supreme ruler of the Greater One sect had been angered to death just like that. Ji Xianling laughed bitterly. She felt that she and her people had brought this upon themselves. They had lost their lives because of their ridiculous pride. Eldest senior brother, I'll accompany you. Ji Xianling slashed the long sword across her neck. The sword qi penetrated her soul, and she committed suicide. Hua Li roared angrily and charged toward the golden-armored hall master. You deserve to die. Ha-ha. Scram. The golden-armored hall master sneered and casually punched Hua Li, turning him into dust on the spot. Finally, only Chongyang was left. The 4 heroes of the Greater One sect. 3 of them had died, and he was the only one left. He raised his head and laughed bitterly, staring at the golden-armored hall master with hatred. I won't let you off, even if I become a ghost. Boom! The profound way energy in his body swelled, and he exploded from the inside out. The golden-armored hall master said disdainfully, You'd better come find me as a ghost. I'll trample you to death. Just like that, their mission was completed. The Nirvana round fighter nodded at the golden-armored hall master. Not bad, but the mission is not complete. He handed the purple jade pendant to the golden-armored hall master. Continue to infiltrate the Greater One sect and wait for news. Yes. After a pause, the golden-armored hall master said, If you have no other instructions, I'll leave immediately. I must make preparations before those 2 lads return to the faction. Otherwise, if Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan returned to the faction first and told them the truth, his plan to continue infiltrating the faction would be ruined. Go, the Nirvana round fighter said. He took one last look at the corpses of the 4 heroes. After confirming that they were completely dead, he led his men and quickly retreated. However, 2 hours later, the throat of the dead Jiang Xuanzhong squirmed. A transparent worm crawled out of his mouth and flew with difficulty to the place where Chongyang had self-destructed. The worm's body emitted a gentle energy, causing Chongyang's shattered body to reassemble into a complete form. Moreover, even his soul was restored. Chongyang opened his eyes in confusion. His eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. He had self-destructed, So how is he still alive? Chongyang was dumbfounded. Junior brother Chongyang. An extremely weak voice came from the worm's body. That voice belonged to the eldest senior brother. You're not dead? Chongyang asked in surprise. Jiang Xuanzhong's voice was very weak. This worm is the second treasure given to me by the faction leader. Only the faction leader and I know about it. Its purpose was to resurrect me after my death. Only then did Chongyang realize why he was still alive. It turned out to be because of this life-saving treasure. But eldest senior brother, this was given to you by the faction leader. Why did you resurrect me? Chongyang picked up the worm. Jiang Xuanzhong smiled weakly. I don't have the face to see the faction leader, and I don't have the face to see second junior sister and third junior brother. Before he died, he learned from the Nirvana round fighter that it was his stupid decision that had led to this stage. He was the one who had killed Ji Xianling and Hua Exan. Therefore, he was too ashamed to resurrect himself and gave the opportunity to Chongyang. Ji Xianling had destroyed her soul, and Hua Exan's body and soul had been destroyed. There was no way to resurrect him. Chongyang was the only one who had self-destructed. Although his soul had been destroyed, it was still there. Eldest senior brother. Hearing this, Chongyang looked up to the sky and burst into tears. Although Jiang Xuanzhong was conceited and treated the outer sanctum disciples like ants, he had never neglected the inner sanctum disciples. Hurry back to the faction. Golden armor has gone back again. Jiang Xuanzhong's remnant soul disappeared quickly. Before he died, he sighed. Also, tell the 2 outer sanctum disciples for me. In the end, he did not say it out loud. Chongyang was grief-stricken and wept. I know. I will convey your kindness. The worm in his hand gradually withered and finally died. He buried the bodies of his 2 senior brothers and 1 senior sister on the spot and kowtowed 3 times on the spot. Then he flew up to the sky with great resentment. Golden armor, I want you to pay with your blood. A few months later, at the entrance of the Greater One faction, Su Yu and Yu Xiang were hurrying back. Therefore, a journey that should have taken a year only took them half a year to return. Hurry up and report to the faction, Yu Xiang said. Chapter 2536. The 2 of them entered the faction and were intercepted by 2 patrolling disciples at the entrance. Who are you? Outer Sanctum, Disciple Su Yu. Outer Sanctum, Disciple Yu Xiang. Hearing this, the patrolling disciple on the left exclaimed, How dare you! But the patrolling disciple on the right interrupted him expressionlessly with a smile. So it's 2 Outer Sanctum seniors. Please do as you please. With that, he left with the other disciple as if nothing had happened. Yu Xiang squinted his eyes, a faint blue light shooting out from his eyes. Brother Su, something is not right. He was neither deaf nor blind. He had seen the words and expressions of the patrolling disciple on the left. Looks like we're late. Su Yu's expression was solemn. The faction should have known that Jiang Xuanzhong and the others had been attacked. But it seemed that the 2 of them were suspected. Su Yu had already guessed what had happened with 1 look and 1 sentence from the patrolling disciple. But it was just a guess, and he could not explain it to Yu Xiang. There's no hurry to return to the faction. Let's get ready first. Yu Xiang agreed. It was better to be safe than sorry. This time, Jiang Xuanzhong and the others had been attacked. It was no small matter. Any mistake would implicate them. Naturally, they had to be more careful. The 2 of them retreated at the entrance of the faction. Brother Su, I'll go over there. Yu Xiang's eyes flickered, implying that he would prepare alone. There were some things he did not want Su Yu to know. Su Yu did not mind. Everyone had their own secrets. Wasn't he the same? Okay. He chose the other side and came to an empty valley. Come out. Rumble. The ground not far in front of him wriggled, and the female corpse that he had controlled with his soul emerged. As an underground master, She was Su Yu's greatest support. Even if the faction master were to cause trouble, Su Yu was confident he could deal with it. At most, he would sacrifice some souls. Of course, it would be best if he did not have to use her. Su Yu sat cross-legged, his mind spinning as he constantly speculated about what was about to happen in the greater one faction. Many memory fragments flashed through his mind. When Xia Xiaoya found out that his faction was the greater one faction, her expression and behavior suddenly became strange. Jiang Xuanzhong and the others were suddenly ambushed and attacked by a large number of mysterious people. And the strange expression of the patrolling disciple. There are hundreds and thousands of possibilities in his mind. There were thousands of possibilities in his mind. If I'm not mistaken, Yu Xiangwan and I will be the scapegoats. Su Yu's analysis was unusually accurate. If the Hall Master of the Golden Armor Division was here, he would definitely be shocked by Su Yu's prediction ability. However, even though he had predicted that there would be a fire pit ahead, Su Yu still had to jump into it. Once he was ready, he arrived at the entrance of the sect. After, Su Yu came to Yu. Su Yu took a look at him and couldn't help guessing what Yu Xiangwan was preparing. The two of them took a deep breath and stepped into the sect together. They went to the Su immediately. The Hall of Affairs had to be notified as soon as possible when the people who were out were attacked. They had successfully met the Hall Master of the Affairs Hall. You, Master the Su, the Master the Xiang, Su he. Xiang Su, you Master. You, Master. Yu Xiangwan sat up straight. Reporting to Hall Master, Jiang Xuanzhong, Ji Xianling, Hu Xinli, Chongyang, and the rest were ambushed. We don't know if they're alive or dead. Please inform the higher-ups immediately so that they can go and rescue them. He Su. Su Master. Su he. The Hall Master's face was calm, as if he was already aware of this matter. His pair of deep and serene eyes were sizing up Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan. I am indeed going to report this to the higher-ups. You two traitors have finally returned. The Hall Master's expression turned cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Su Yu wore a calm expression. Everything was as expected. On the contrary, Yu Xiangwan exclaimed in surprise, "Traitor we?" There was anger in his heart. In terms of betrayal, it was Jiang Xuanzhong and the others who had betrayed Su Yu and him. There was no way they would become traitors. Let's go. Follow me to see the head steward. The Hall Master released his early-stage middle nirvana cultivation and surrounded the two of them. He thought that he could intimidate the two of them with his aura alone. Little did he know that both Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan could kill him in an instant. Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan got up quietly and followed the clan master to meet the great steward. As usual, the chief steward meditated silently in the courtyard. "Great steward, I've brought the two traitors." The clan master bowed. The chief steward slowly opened his eyes, which were empty and indifferent. His gaze only lingered on Su Yu for a moment because he had some impression of Su Yu. "What are you waiting for? Execute them on the spot and behead them in public." Yu Xiangwan had thought that she could defend herself when she saw the chief steward. Who would have thought that he would kill them to establish his authority? "Great steward, if we were traitors, why did we come back?" Yu Xiangwan asked. "Whether we are traitors or not, we might as well contact Jiang Xuanzhong and the other 3 inner sanctum disciples, as well as the golden armored hall master. They can testify," he said confidently. They had helped Jiang Xuanzhong and the others, but were betrayed instead. He did not believe that Jiang Xuanzhong would be so shameless as to accuse him of being a traitor. "There is no need. Besides the golden armored hall master, the rest are all dead," the chief steward said indifferently. "As for the 2 of you daring to come back, it was within our expectations." As he said this, a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes, because you never dreamed that the golden armored hall master would come back alive and announce your crimes to the public. "What?" Yu Xiangwan was shocked. "They're all dead." Yu Xiangwan was surprised. Jiang Xuanzhong and the others had clearly escaped, but in the end, they still could not escape death. Moreover, the strange thing was that with the abilities of Jiang Xuanzhong and the others, they should not have been completely annihilated, right? Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan rushed over and ruthlessly killed a group of enemies. In theory, even if they were no match for them, one or two could still escape. There was no reason for them to be completely annihilated. Also, what crimes did they commit? Why was it the golden-armored hall master who announced it? Great Steward, we are not convinced. We need to confront you face to face. Yu Xiangwan raised his head. Who could be convinced that they had been killed unjustly? The chief steward furrowed his brows slightly. If they had committed an ordinary crime, he would have killed them. But betraying the faction was a serious crime, and he had to investigate it thoroughly. Otherwise, the disciples would mistakenly think that the faction had killed the innocent, and everyone would panic. Never give up until all hope is lost. Pass the golden armor. Soon, the golden-armored hall master arrived. The moment he saw Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan, he glared at them as if he wanted to kill them and eat their flesh. You two traitors, how dare you come back? Su Yu shook his head, secretly. Indeed, it was exactly as he had predicted. Jiang Xuanzhong and the others were most likely dead. And the reason for this must be that there was a traitor among them. Moreover, that traitor had escaped one step ahead of them and accused them of being the traitors. Everything was within his expectations. He had even expected that the golden-armored hall master had already laid out all the evidence so that they would not be able to defend themselves. Yu Xiangwan rebuked him angrily. Golden-armored hall master, you pushed us into a trap. How can you accuse us of being traitors? Unexpectedly, the golden-armored hall master's face was full of righteousness. I don't know what you're talking about. I only know that it was the two of you who colluded with an unknown force to harm us. The golden-armored hall master had a sorrowful expression. Poor Jiang Xuanzhong and the other 4 inner sanctum disciples committed suicide in grief and indignation. He spoke eloquently. Those who did not know the truth would really think that the golden-armored hall master had been wronged. Yu Xiangwan snorted coldly. Great Steward, words are no proof. I can allow you to check my memories. It will be clear whether I have betrayed you or not. The golden-armored hall master chuckled. What a coincidence. I am also willing to reveal my memories and confront you in public. The Great Steward said indifferently. Good, it's best to clarify the matter. He grabbed the air with both hands, and a pained expression appeared on both of their faces. Then a piece of memory appeared in their minds. They were all memories from a few months ago, right before the great battle. In the golden-armored hall master's memory, they were waiting in a corner when they were suddenly attacked by a large number of mysterious people. They had no choice but to flee while sending a distress signal to Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan. Later, Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan arrived. But in the memory, not only did the two of them not rescue them, but they also cooperated with the mysterious people and joined in the encirclement. In despair, Jiang Xuanzhong and the others committed suicide one after another. In the memory, Yu Xiangwan and Su Yu, whose faces were covered in blood, were grinning hideously. Finally, they bowed to the leader of the mysterious people and rushed back to the greater one faction. This is fake, Yu Xiangwan scolded. The real situation was not like that at all. She finally realized that the golden-armored hall master was the real traitor. The Great Steward said indifferently, You'll know after watching it. Yu Xiangwan's memory was intermittent. When they received the message, they immediately rushed over. But the battle was very blurry, and there were many signs of it being cut off. In the end, they could only vaguely see the two of them escaping. The golden armor sneered. Do you still need to ask about a memory that has been altered and erased everywhere? It would only be fake to cover up something. Yu Xiangwan was furious, but she really could not explain it, because during the battle he had used some mysterious methods and even exposed the attributes of the corpse race. How could he dare to leave it in the memory? But this also became direct evidence that he had faked it, and he could not refute it. The facts are clear. There is no room for discussion. Men killed the two of them. The great steward was extremely cold. Yu Xiangwan still wanted to argue, but Su Yu had already waved his hand and said, "No need to argue. He has already prepared all the excuses. Whatever you say is useless." The great steward was indifferent. "Since you have confessed, that's even better. Bow your heads." "Wait." Su Yu's expression was calm. Since he had already predicted everything, how could he not be prepared? "You have something to say?" Su Yu shook his head. "I have nothing to say, but someone else has something to say." "Who?" "Chongyang." The great steward shook his head. "Chongyang has already perished. On the register, his name has already become dull like ash." Su Yu said indifferently, "Why don't you take another look?" Chapter 25:37. Bringing him back to life would force him to tell the truth. "Is that so?" The great manager took out the registration book and slowly flipped it open. Su Yu held the map that Chongyang had given him, which had the scent that Chongyang had left behind. Resurrecting Chongyang was not difficult. However, when he secretly used the resurrection technique, he was shocked. Not dead. There was no reaction to his resurrection. This was enough to prove that Chongyang was still alive. However, the great manager had clearly said that Chongyang's name had turned gray, a sign that he was dead. The great manager was also shocked, because when he opened the book again, he could clearly see that the name Chongyang on the registration book was glowing with a new light. That was a sign that he was still alive. The golden-armored hall master, who was watching from the side, had a change of expression. A tinge of fear filled his eyes. Chongyang had witnessed the entire process of his betrayal. As long as he came back alive, the truth would be revealed. When that time came, he would die a horrible death. But he could not understand why Chongyang was still alive. He should have died. "I'll send someone to bring Chongyang back," the golden-armored hallmaster said immediately. The great manager looked at him and shook his head. "Since Chongyang is still alive, then it's not just the two of them who are suspects. You are also a suspect. You need to avoid arousing suspicion." His words made the golden-armored hall master's heart sink. "I'll bring him back personally. This concerns the death of the faction's 4 heroes. This is a serious matter, and I must get to the bottom of it." It was obvious that the great manager was taking this matter very seriously. He did not hesitate to bring Chongyang back personally to ensure that he came back alive. Before that, the great manager looked at Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan. "Since the two of you are the most suspicious, I will temporarily imprison you in the mine. Before the truth is revealed, you are not allowed to leave the mine. Otherwise, I will kill you immediately. Do you have any objections?" Yu Xiangwan nodded hurriedly. "When Chongyang comes back, the truth will be revealed. What about you?" The great manager looked at Su Yu meaningfully. From the beginning, Su Yu had been too calm, as if everything was under his control. "I have no objections." Being imprisoned was within Su Yu's expectations. As for the golden armor, before the truth is ascertained, you can only move about in the faction. You are not allowed to take a step out of the faction. At the same time, he looked at Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan. "You are not allowed to step into the mine, understand?" He was wary of the possibility that the golden-armored division master might kill Su Yu to silence him if he was really the suspect. "Yes." The head steward immediately stood up. "There's no time to lose. I'll set off immediately. All of you stay in the sect and don't cause trouble. The sect leader is about to return. If he happens to run into you, causing trouble, the sect leader will be back soon." Speaking of which, it was interesting. Su Yu had been in the faction for so long, but he had never seen the faction master. After the chief steward left, they immediately carried out his instructions. Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan were imprisoned in the mine by the disciples of the Law Enforcement Tribunal. Their entrance into the cave naturally attracted the attention of the crowd. The slaves and inspectors were extremely curious, knowing that the two of them would be temporarily imprisoned in the mine. Everyone began to discuss it. The one with the most excited expression was Boorish Fellow. He witnessed with his own eyes how Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan were locked up in the strongest cage in the mine. This cage was personally designed by the faction master. It was backed by the incomparably hard 9 Serenities crystal, and the pillars of the cage were forged from the indestructible 10,000-year Tao wood. The purpose was to imprison Void Nirvana and even Nirvana Void enemies. Once locked inside, no one would be able to break free without the help of the faction master. Ha ha ha, surnamed Su, even you have a day like this? The boorish man laughed towards the sky, unbridled and savage. Ever since Su Yu gained power and became an 8-star disciple, he had befriended the inner sanctum disciples. Every day, he lived in fear, afraid that Su Yu would take revenge. In the end, the heavens had eyes. Su Yu had also become a prisoner one day. Furthermore, his crime was one of betrayal of the faction. What are you being insolent about? When I get out, I'll strip you naked. Yu Xiangwan could not bear to see Boorish Fellow's smug look. Boorish Fellow laughed heartily and ordered people to bring over good wine and food. He began to eat leisurely in front of the cage. People, you must not be too arrogant, because who knows which day you might stumble and fall from the sky. The boorish man mocked and ridiculed. Yu Xiangwan looked at him in disdain. The attitude of a petty person will never amount to anything great. Su Yu's eyes were calm, and he turned a deaf ear. His mind was still plotting the next step of his plan. As he wished, Chongyang would come back to solve the siege. But he had always liked to keep a trump card in case of trouble. After thinking about it, he released the baby. The baby immediately scampered around in the mine. But it was a pity that the baby tried to break open the cage. But with his monstrous strength, he could not do so. Since he could not do it, he could only use the female corpse at the critical moment. There. Suddenly, the baby pointed to the other side of the 9 Serenities crystal. He tried to smash it open, but the 9 Serenities crystal here was different from the ones that were mined. This place was reinforced by a formation and was shockingly hard. Otherwise, it would not have been used by the faction master to imprison strong enemies. There. But he persistently pointed to the depths of the 9 Serenities crystal wall. Su Yu pondered for a moment. If he remembered correctly, the other side of the 9 Serenities crystal wall corresponded to the abandoned mine, right? There might be some good 9 Serenities crystal left there, but it should not be enough to excite the baby. Is there anything on the other side? The baby nodded vigorously. Yes, take me there, I want to go there. Su Yu's eyes flashed. The baby's expression was particularly similar to when he dug out the female corpse. Could there really be something amazing there? When the time is right, I will definitely take you there, Su Yu comforted. Only then did the baby return to the storage space, dejectedly. Time passed bit by bit. Su Yu patiently trained in the cage. Yu Xiangwan was also relaxed. With the Great Keeper personally welcoming Chongyang, it should be foolproof. When he came back, everything would be explained. The one who should be anxious was the Golden Armor Hall Master. In fact, the Golden Armor Hall Master was already anxious. He was training the new recruits in the military hall, but he was absent-minded and distracted. As the days approached, the Golden Armor Hall Master was full of unease. Was he going to sit and wait for death? He tried to leave the faction, but as soon as he left the mountain, a strong man from the law enforcement hall stopped him and warned him not to leave. In other words, he was already being monitored by the law enforcement hall. In terms of situation, he was not much better than Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan. Chen Qingkuan, come here. The Golden Armor Hall Master thought for a long time and finally made a decision. He looked for Su Yu's old friend, Qin Qingkuan. Hall Master, why did you summon me? Without a word, the Golden Armor Hall Master took out an elixir and stuffed it into Qin Qiankuan's mouth. Qin Qiankuan dodged instinctively, but was forced to swallow it by the Golden Armor Hall Master. "Hall Master, what are you doing?" Qin Qiankuan was shocked. He tried to force the elixir's power out of his body, but the elixir was extremely strange. Once it entered his body, it immediately melted into his limbs and bones, making it impossible for him to force it out. The Golden Armor Hall Master said coldly, "This is a deadly poison I personally developed. After swallowing it, you will definitely die in 7 days and 7 nights. If you don't believe me, check your life force." Qin Qiankuan looked inside himself and found that his life force was indeed being corroded by some obscure power. "Hall Master, what did I do wrong? Why did you poison me?" Qin Qiankuan clenched his teeth. The Golden Armor Hall Master said indifferently, "You did nothing wrong. The one at fault is your friend, Suyu." The corners of his mouth curled into a cunning smile. "If you want to cure the poison, go find Suyu immediately. He will know what to do, as long as he can cure you while I'm at it." How could Qin Qiankuan not know that Suyu and Yu Xiangwan were imprisoned, and the crime was betraying the faction? Was the Golden Armor Hall Master trying to threaten him and harm Suyu? Qin Qiankuan did not want to harm Suyu from the bottom of his heart. Back then, he was indebted to Suyu for taking care of him, which was why he had the status of a deputy hall master. How could he repay kindness with enmity now? However, seeing his life force slowly slipping away, Qin Qiankuan could only bow his head to the Golden Armor Hall Master. He hurried to the mine to find the cage Suyu was in. "Senior Brother Su, I've come to visit you." Qin Qiankuan smiled as he carried some good food and wine. Suyu revealed a faint smile. "Thank you for coming all the way here to visit me." Qin Qiankuan sighed. "I owe you a debt of gratitude. If you don't even come to visit me, it would be too disappointing." Suyu smiled without saying a word. He had only given him a small favor casually and had never taken it to heart. Yu Xiangwan chuckled and said bluntly, "You're lucky." He said he had many friends and connections, but after he was in trouble, no one came to visit him. Suyu, on the other hand, usually did not step out of the door, but Qin Qiankuan came to visit him. This made Yu Xiangwan sigh. The three of them were drinking and chatting with each other through the door of the cage. It was unusually comfortable. "When senior brother Su comes out, let's have a good drink again." Qin Qiankuan cleared the dishes. After hesitating for a long time, he finally sighed silently and did not reveal the fact that he was poisoned. His conscience told him that the golden armor was up to no good. Moreover, with Suyu's character, if he pretended to be ignorant and told Suyu about the matter, Suyu would definitely bow his head to the golden armor and get hurt. However, he still had a bit of conscience. In the Greater One faction, where the weak were prey to the strong, he had seen too much darkness. Bullying, and harm. How could he bear to betray Suyu's kindness when he was covered in cuts and bruises? Therefore, he would rather die silently from the poison than implicate Suyu. "Come here for a moment." Suyu interrupted with a smile. The latter was puzzled and came closer. Suyu stretched out his hand from the cage and placed it on Qin Qiankuan's shoulder. He patted him lightly. "Thank you. What's there to thank?" Qin Qiankuan looked puzzled. After he left, Suyu's eyes gradually turned cold. Yu Xiangwan gnawed on the remaining chicken wing in her hand and said with a half-smile, "Your friend seems to have something to say." Suyu did not speak. In fact, the moment Qin Qiankuan arrived, he found that Qin Qiankuan's vitality was being seriously corroded. That should be caused by the poison. In the faction, who would poison the low-profile Qin Qiankuan for no reason. Chapter 2538. He must have threatened Qin Qiankuan to come and tell Suyu about his situation. Suyu might have agreed to some of the golden-armored hall master's requests. For example, admitting that he was a traitor and committing suicide. In this way, even if Chongyang came back alive, the golden-armored hall master could withdraw and accuse Chongyang of being a traitor. However, Chun Chinkuin did not say anything. From beginning to end, he had come to visit Suyu with a grateful heart. So, Suyu patted him on the shoulder and injected a life realm into him. Not only would his vitality not be corroded by the poison, but he would also have a strong vitality and a long lifespan. Golden armor? Suyu's eyes turned cold. The next day, Chin Chinkuin came again. It was obvious that the golden armor had forced him to come. However, Chun Chinkuin had already accepted life and death, so he was happy to come and talk to Suyu every day. 7 days passed. Chun Chinkuin had a premonition that his vitality was about to be exhausted. He forced a smile at Suyu. "Senior brother Su, I have to leave the faction tonight. I don't know when I will come back." He raised his wine cup and toasted Suyu. "If I can't come back, please take care of yourself and get through this crisis, Senior brother Su." He did not want to die in the faction. He had been trapped in the faction for tens of thousands of years. This place was like a cage that he could not escape from. So he would rather die outside in the free world that he yearned for. Suyu took a deep look at him, drank the wine in his cup, and said, "If it's possible, don't come back in the future." Chun Chinkuin smiled. "Thank you, Senior brother Su." He cupped his fists and solemnly bid farewell. At night, he left the faction under the moonlight and sat on a small hill not far from the main gate. Looking at the north, Chun Chinkuin felt lonely. Time passed little by little. He felt that his vitality had reached its limit. Looking at the sparse stars in the sky, he slowly closed his eyes and smiled. "Farewell, Senior Martial Brother Su. Farewell, my old dream." Tick. He seemed to hear the sound of his vitality disappearing. Then his vitality was completely exhausted. His head drooped and he died. However, not long after, he suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with shock. "What is this?" Inside his body, there was a green leaf that replaced his heart, constantly releasing life force, making his life force stronger than ever. This is... Chun Chinkuin was shocked for a long time before he suddenly remembered someone. His eyes were instantly filled with tears. "Senior brother Su, did you know that I was poisoned?" Chun Chinkuin had mixed feelings. There were capable people in the Supreme Sect. However, the only person who was willing to help him was Suyu. "Suyu must have secretly given him that mystical leaf." Crash! Suddenly, a spatial vortex appeared beside him. A spatial storage artifact fell out of it. Chun Chinkuin opened it and was deeply moved. There were 300,000 time crystals in the interspatial storage device. With this crystal, he could easily go to any place in the world and escape from the Greater One Sect. He finally understood why Suyu had said that he hoped he wouldn't come back. "Senior brother Su." Chun Chinkuin cried and kowtowed in the direction of the Greater One Sect. "I, Chun Chinkuin, will never forget your great kindness." Then he kowtowed again and again. With the interspatial storage device in hand, he disappeared into the night. At the same time in the faction, Chun Chinkuin's name on the register dimmed, like ash the moment his life dissipated. In the cage, the space domain on Suyu's palm slowly dissipated. "Brother Su, you are too kind to others," Yu Xiangwan sighed. Suyu smiled without saying a word. He was only kind to his friends. Toward his enemies, he had always been ruthless. For example, the golden armor that he was about to kill with his own hands. A few days later, the golden armor was like an ant on a hot pan in a state of panic. According to his calculations, the Great Keeper should have successfully met with the golden armor. Once that happened, everything would be settled. Outside the main gate, at a place a great distance away, Chongyang was exhausted, walking toward the faction with great difficulty. At that moment, a mighty force pierced through the heavens and descended beside Chongyang. Chongyang was shocked. "It's me." The Great Keeper appeared. Seeing him, Chongyang was pleasantly surprised. Great Keeper, why are you here? The Great Keeper looked at the exhausted Chongyang and injected a wave of energy into his body, allowing him to recover quickly. Thank you, Great Keeper. Chongyang cried tears of joy, but then he felt very sad. Great Keeper, eldest senior brother, second senior sister, and third senior brother are all dead. The Great Keeper's expression was solemn as he said slowly, I came to pick you up because of this. Tell me what happened. The Great Keeper held his shoulder and asked. Hearing that, Chongyang's face was filled with murderous intent. It was the division master of the armament division. He was a traitor of the faction. Therefore, Chongyang told him the whole truth in full detail. After hearing that, the Great Keeper's expression was surprisingly calm. It must have been hard on you. Does anyone else know about this? Chongyang shook his head and laughed bitterly. Eldest senior brother entrusted his life to me and brought me back from the dead. Apart from me, who else knows about this? Oh, that's good. A relieved expression appeared on the great manager's face. Chongyang was stunned. Looking at the Great Keeper's untimely expression, he asked suspiciously, Great Keeper, what do you mean by that? I mean exactly what I said. The Great Keeper's expression had turned cold at some point. Chongyang suddenly had a bad feeling about this. He tried to distance himself from the Great Keeper, but the Great Keeper's hand that was holding his shoulder was like a giant that could not be moved at all. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free at all. Great Keeper, could it be that you? Chongyang could not believe his guess. The Great Keeper turned his head and looked at him coldly. His lips curled into a cruel smile. I belong to the same organization as the Golden Armor. It's just that the idiot, the Golden Armor, doesn't know about it yet. Ah, Great Keeper, no. Chongyang's heart was filled with the desire for revenge. He only wanted to kill the Golden Armor and avenge them. He was not willing to accept that he would die in the hands of another traitor. His mood could be said to have fallen from the sky to the ground. I came here personally to kill you. You can rest in peace. With that, Chongyang's body suddenly burst into flames. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to ashes. He could not be more dead. The Great Keeper clapped his hands and looked in the direction of the faction with a cold smile. It's time to go back and deal with those two brats. More than a month later, in the mine, as usual, the boorish man humiliated Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan verbally. However, Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan were unmoved and treated him like air. At that moment, a group of black-robed law enforcers rushed over and opened the cage. The Great Keeper is back. Come with me for the final trial. Yu Xiangwan heaved a sigh of relief. Golden Armor, it's all over. The two of them returned to the upper floor and came to the Great Keeper's yard. The Golden Armor had already rushed over. It was obvious that he was panicking. Yu Xiangwan was relaxed and chuckled. Great Keeper, have you received Senior Brother Chongyang? In response, the Great Keeper nodded slightly. Haha, can you announce who the traitor is now? Yu Xiangwan looked coldly at the Golden Armor. The Great Keeper said indifferently, Chongyang said that the traitors are Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan. In a split second, Yu Xiangwan's expression froze. She pointed at her own nose in disbelief. Su Yu opened his eyes slightly, his expression calm. As expected, his previous plan did not succeed. Luckily, he had a backup plan. How is that possible? Where's Senior Brother Chongyang? Ask him to come out and confront him. Yu Xiangwan said unhappily. The Great Keeper sighed. Chongyang's injuries were too severe. He died not long after I received him. Before he died, he told me the truth. The Great Keeper's gaze became sharp. Yu Xiangwan, you don't need to quibble anymore. The facts are clear and the evidence is conclusive. You and Su Yu are the traitors of the Greater One faction. It was because of your selfishness that 4 of the faction's outstanding talents were killed. The Great Keeper had already made his decision. Men, push him out and behead him in front of everyone. The Great Keeper waved his hand, and a group of black-robed law enforcers rushed over. Bow your head and admit your guilt, the law enforcer shouted. Yu Xiangwan was furious. She laughed heartily. Faction? What fairness? We were the ones who were betrayed, but in the end we became traitors. What a joke, what a joke! Her eyes glowed with blue light. Even if she were to die, Yu Xiangwan was not willing to die unjustly. Su Yu's gaze was indifferent. Great Keeper, I would like to ask, did you not see the golden-armored division master's expression? He was very afraid from the start. The Great Keeper turned a blind eye to it. I only believe in evidence. Chongyang is the best evidence. Since he said, Su Yu interrupted him and said calmly, I'm sorry, but Chongyang is already dead. You are the only one who knows what he said. So, what kind of evidence is this? Humph. The Great Keeper's gaze was cold and sharp. Are you suspecting me? Su Yu said indifferently. Why can't I suspect you? A Nirvana Void Realm strong martial artist was unable to treat a middle-stage Nirvana injured person. Isn't that strange? When he had used the resurrection technique, he had sensed that Chongyang's life force was very strong. He was not seriously injured at all. Hence, he was almost certain that the Great Keeper was lying. I am the chief steward of the Greater One sect. I am fair and impartial. I will never practice favoritism. The chief steward waved his sleeves. Come, push him out and behead him. If he resists, kill him. Su Yu's expression was indifferent. Finally, he gave up on obtaining the Tai Haotian mirror peacefully. The supreme sect could no longer tolerate him. He slowly put down his hands and sighed softly. There are so many traitors in supreme sect. Not only was there a hall master, but even the head steward, who was second only to the sect master, had also become a traitor. Kill. The chief steward's eyes were cold as he gave the order. At this moment, he was the ruler of the supreme sect. Whoever he wanted to die, that person had to die. However, just as the law enforcers were about to take action, and Su Yu was about to shed all pretense of cordiality and retaliate, a hoarse but unusually deep voice drifted into everyone's ears. Stop!